by Eden Silva. They just played a couple of games prior to that disruption, so it's 1-1 in the opening set, and a victory already today on centre court for the top seed Madison Brangle, who maybe saw the clouds on the horizon. She raced through the second set against Fernanda Contreras Gomez. It was 7-6, 6-1. The final scoreline. Vandeweghe on your screen now. For those just joining, very accomplished grass court player, and Eden Silva has a grass court accolade or two to her name as well. Former Wimbledon quarter-finalist in the mixed doubles in 2019 alongside Evan Hoyt, who is here as a spectator today, so he might crop up on camera at some point. Speaking of doubles, she's had some good runs on the doubles court in recent times, Silva, and in fact she did give singles a little bit of a rest partway through this year, taking the opportunity to play some WTA main draws in doubles. This event here at the Surbiton Trophy for the women is a W100, the highest ranking level of ITF tournament, which is just the step before WTA. So Silva getting in some WTA doubles experience, but over the past few weeks, right here in the UK in Nottingham, took the opportunity to get back on the singles court and see what she could do. And putting little pressure on her shoulders, made it all the way to the trophy at that 25k level ITF event in Nottingham.
3 minutes remaining.
A couple of steps up on that. Hence she's had to come through qualifying. 2 match wins
3 minutes remaining
under her belt here in Surbiton at the Surbiton Racket and Fitness Club. Four sets played, 4 sets won in qualifying for Eden Silva. Serving first in this match, she had a comprehensive hold to love. Pushed Vandeweghe a little closer, but she's a bit of a powerhouse, the 30-year-old American, so she would have known coming in that life on the return of serve isn't going to be at its easiest in this particular matchup. And great to have the ball crew here for the first grass court tournament of the season. A long day of stop-starts.
2 minutes remaining.
Yesterday, but
2 minutes
working
remaining.
hard. And play starting up again across the grounds over the next few minutes. Start time of 2:30 for a number of the outside courts. Haven't had the benefit of a court covering like centre court that just allows things to get going again a little bit more quickly. First meeting for this pair, and also the first time either of them have come here to Surbiton, but they have both been picking up grass court experience over the past few years. In fact, last year was quite a big year for both of them. Silva winning a round in Wimbledon qualifying, and also a round in qualifying for the WTA event in Birmingham, where coincidentally Coco Vandeweghe made her first WTA semi-final in a number of years at that event in Birmingham, which takes place a couple of weeks prior to the championships. So good memories on the lawns in recent times for Vandeweghe, and that feeling of comfortability and the confidence that you know you can produce on a certain surface, even if you're not in your best form, that can go a long way. So there's another first round match in the women's draw, looking to get those first round matches wrapped up today. into the day, so mentally the players would have been prepared for a little bit more of the same. Can she bring the fire on serve? Eden Silva to get this match back up and running, 1 game all. How clean was that? You could hear the wind between ball and racket. The first serve percentages are always a big deal, but perhaps even more so in this particular match, on this particular surface, where fortune really does favour the players who are willing to step up and go for it. More smooth sailing for Eden Silva. Gets to the sit-down pretty quickly upon resumption. Just the 1 point dropped across 2 service games for the 26-year-old Brit from Essex. And that'll be settling. Easy to get frustrated after a good start and being brought to a halt so quickly, but she's got a really mature outlook, Eden Silva. I was talking to her even just recently in Nottingham during that string of ITF events that were staged across April and May. She came out with a line that I've never really heard someone say before. She said, "You've got to enjoy the downs in your career. There are more downs than ups. There are more losses than wins. So when you're struggling, you just have to embrace it." And she said that about a week before she stormed to the singles title. And the mentality is so key in tennis, being able to accept situations, learn from them. And Vandeweghe, who's been injury-plagued over the last few years, knows about on-court and off-court challenges. Serving second in this opening set. How about that? She's really made statements at the beginning of this one, Silva. Knows that Vandeweghe will be looking to finish the points quickly on serve, so her impact has to be immediate. Not quite that time, but those opening couple of points are always so key. Silva, not in the mood for sharing, grabbed both of them. Just gives herself a little bit of room to swing in this game. Great touch. Fourth game of the match, and prior to the rain delay and in recent moments we've seen the range of Silva's skill set. Can step up and hit through the ball, but has really good feel as well, able to craft things out and draw the errors. Conjuring up double break point here. Breathtaking. And that's why it's going to be hard work for Eden Silva on centre court. Trying to get that ball out of Vandeweghe's strike zone. There it is. First breakthrough for the qualifier. And the way she sailed through those opening couple of service games would have given her a groundwork of confidence, and she's building on it. Has to hold, though, to make that breakthrough count. So important moments now for Eden Silva. And Coco Vandeweghe knows it. Yeah, she knew what she wanted, Vandeweghe, but there wasn't a lot on that serve. Seemed to drift as she looked to get the racket around it. Timing has to be right on point. Serving supremely still is Eden Silva. 2 games away from the opening set in the second match of the day on centre court. Actually, Eden Silva's boyfriend will be next on. Liam Broady taking on Jay Clark. They're a set into their collision. Played the opener yesterday, 6-4 to Clark.
Yeah.
Oh, it's tough. They're playing doubles together, Broady and Clark. They're scheduled for 6th on centre.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Hopefully we get through to that match. But where the Brits are concerned, not often that there are a lot of secrets on the court anyway.
So 2 games ball change, yeah? Thanks. Time.
Critical moments for Vandeweghe. With the pace she likes to play tennis, she'll know how quickly any one player can pull away. Has to slow this down and give herself time to find a foothold. That's well handled. And Silva's a quality counter-puncher. She will make her play the extra balls time and again. It's really going to test out her consistency. Didn't overcomplicate the volley.
$30, love.
The first serve makes all the difference.
40, love.
As she looks to ideally keep these exchanges between the 2 to 5 shots mark. Putting her foot down early.
Game.
Vicious kick into the backhand side. Exactly the hold that the former world number 9 is
Silva
looking
leads
for.
4 games to 2.
And that career high ranking of number 9 inside the world's top 10, achieved at the beginning of 2018 in the January. It all started to fall apart from there. She picked up a virus in Australia at the beginning of the year that set her out for a while. The singles wins were not coming thick and fast, and then the injuries started, an ankle issue cropping up middle of 2018. Eventually that kept her out for 10 months until the back end of 2019, and then the pandemic happened, so it's been quite the time for Vandeweghe.
Love 15. Fault. $15 all.
That ball twisted in the air. Vandeweghe struggled to adjust. Nice little switch up from Silva as the first serve deserts her for the first time, really. Has to adjust accordingly. Make sure that she's keeping the ball out of Vandeweghe's strike zone.
(30-15). Out. 40-15. Game, Silva.
Great work. Closed in style. A particularly important game there for Eden Silva, who'd won
Silva leads 5 games to 2
games straight upon resumption. Vandeweghe with a thundering hold to slow her down. Would have hoped to build some momentum off the back of that.
Thank you.
Smart deliveries from Silva put those hopes to bed. And play starting back up again elsewhere.
Always go the opposite end to where this gentleman. Sorry, not the opposite.
Sonny Cartel and Lily Miyazaki still yet to reach the conclusion of their all-British showdown on court 2. Winner to take on the top seed. Cartel up a set 6-3. In terms of this section of the draw.
When you have 3 line judges, it's always the opposite end to where the service line judge is. Yeah, we haven't got 3 today.
The winner of this clash will go through to face either Lizette Cabrera or Cristina Buxa of Spain.
Time.
There's no safe section of this women's draw, such as the demand early in the grass court season. It's such a small swing of the year. Tennis on the lawns, 4 weeks leading up to Wimbledon and then 2 weeks of main draw at the championships itself. So that's 6 weeks total really for the grass court season. Majority of the year contested on hard courts. So players looking to get as much grass court play in as they can while they can. Vandeweghe serving to stay in the opening set.
Out. Love 15. Fault. Out. 15 all.
She'll feel like that was a missed opportunity, Silva, after being stretched right out on the return, having got herself neutral at the baseline. It will test her ability to reset.
Out. 30-15.
But occasionally you've just got to shrug and say too good to the quality of the Vandeweghe delivery. You're really having to hang on, wait for openings.
Fault. Fault.
And they will come.
30 all.
The top 10 glory days are a memory at the moment for Vandeweghe. Really did impress. It's tough to sustain that level season in, season out, particularly with the off-court setback she's suffered. Massive point here. And a massive serve to match. Top timing.
40-30.
It's now a question of whether she can come up with those kinds of deliveries and consecutive points, really make an impact. And that's a resounding yes, she can. Very good stuff from Coco Vandeweghe.
Silva leads 5-3.
Now, that was an important hold for Vandeweghe. Silva still with the opportunity here to serve for the set. And if she can do so, it might have looked a little pointless, but that if Silva is to serve this out, that would prevent the Brit from serving first to open the second set and keeping the scoreboard advantage. So well worked there by Vandeweghe. Now to see if she can build on it and just stall some momentum at the back end of this set.
Fault. Love 15.
It wasn't just the strike there from Vandeweghe, it was the move behind it, closing the space, immediately adding extra pressure to the Silva backhand.
$15-all.
It's too bitty at the moment from the American. You can sense her frustration. Drops of quality. But the ocean is Eden Silva's at the moment. Can she keep up the service form?
$30-15. Out. 40-15.
Hasn't quivered here, Silva. Second service game in a row, third service game in a row where she's lost the opening point, and she's come back strong. Double set point.
Fault. Out. Game and first set, Silva.
Really impressive from the qualifier.
6-3.
Eden Silva more than establishing herself here on centre court. 6-3, she leads. And despite some early deficits, she never really looked troubled on serve. Switched it up effectively, mixing in the slice and the kick. Just keeping Vandeweghe guessing, keeping her uncomfortable, and it's always tough. This is the first match on grass this season for Vandeweghe. Silva had her opening qualifying match on the lawns, so you could say that gave her a little bit of an advantage coming in. She's also had more consistent runs over the last couple of months or so. Yes, at a different level to Vandeweghe, but wins still translate to confidence wherever they come. You're still picking up rhythm, still benefiting. Smooth focus from the Brits so far. And you can say the same of Sone Cartel over on court 2. Got it done in straight sets over Lily Miyazaki. So 6-3, 6-4. Cartel moves through, and another match finished over on court 1, where the number 5 seed, Brandon Nakashima, who made the third round of Roland Garros last week, he survived a scare against Marc-Andre Huesler. of Switzerland, coming through 6-2 in the decider. Brandon Nakashima also through in the ATP Challenger event here at the Surbiton Trophy. But the job is far from done for Eden Silva.
Second set. Vandeweghe to serve.
Courtesy of that late hold in the opener, Vandeweghe gets to start this set on her racket. Just the one break of serve in the opening set.
Fifteen love. Fault.
Sorry, that was
30
a
love.
second serve from Vandeweghe. Not leaving much to chance there. Bomb of a delivery. And this is good to see from her, these early stages of the second set. A chance to reassert herself, remind Silva of her weapons and how damaging they can be.
Net first serve. Net first serve. Out 40 love. Fault. Yeah. Game.
That's
Vandeweghe.
welcome
First
for
game.
Vandeweghe.
Second set.
That's really well produced. And that's why it was so important to get something going at the back end of the opening set. Tennis waits for no one.
Send what you have down at the moment. Yeah, send that one down.
So the battle starts here for Eden Silva. Able to pick her moments nicely in the opening set, but different scoreboard situation now, serving second.
Balls down, please, yeah? Fifteen love. Out 30 love.
It's the opening couple of points. Great safety net for Silva, and the points picked up so quickly as well. That's what's really been helping her here. The number of points staying below 5 shots going her way.
30-15.
Just has to be careful as these rallies extend, Silva, to keep the tunnel vision. The forehand cross court is one shot that's worked a little better for Vandeweghe in the match so far. Just has more margin to swing through and really land that hammer blow.
(40-15).
Oh my, that is brutal.
40-30.
Outside edge of the sideline, Silva's giving that a long look, but it's not going to create the space she wants to see. The danger of letting her find the center of the racket. I think that was the very outside edge of the paint there. So well done.
Game Silva.
One of the big blows from Vandeweghe previously had heightened the pressure on Silva's shoulders. But after Vandeweghe stepped in to attack the second serve, the length of shot from Silva was immediate, really got her going in the exchange. She's showing great sharpness out here, great awareness of Vandeweghe's position in the court and the things that her opponent is going to try in order to put her away. Absorbing and redirecting nicely so far in this match. What's it going to take from Vandeweghe? For the moment, when it comes to her serve, she's level in the second set, just has to keep her focus on her own side of the net.
15 love.
In order to produce deliveries like that one.
Fault. Thirty love. Net first serve. (30-15).
Got to be careful here, Vandeweghe. 2 first serves missed,
30
2
all.
points won by Eden Silva. And a pressure point here, the likes of which have been few in this match, and those few, Eden Silva has tended to have the upper hand in.
(40-30).
But it comes back when she needs it. That big first serve. Relieving the pressure for now.
Player announcement. Can the following players please report to the court? Ready for play. Court 4. Yujichi Sugata. Ramkuma Ramagafan. Court 5. Alexis Mannarino.
Game, Vandeweghe.
And she steers away to safety.
Vandeweghe leads 2-1.
Bit of a settler there for the American. Silva threatening to come back. But she opened the door on her own terms with the double fault. And she closed it as such, finding her marks. Bit of trivia for you. In her most recent run to the singles quarterfinals at Wimbledon, Vandeweghe, that was in 2017, she faced both the most recent finalists here at the Surbiton Trophy. This event being staged for the first time since 2019 due to the pandemic. In 2019, it was won by Alison Risk, also of the United States, with Magdalena Rybarikova, since retired, as the runner-up. And at Wimbledon in 2017, Coco Vandeweghe's third-round victim was defending champion Alison Risk. And in the quarterfinals, she lost out to Magdalena Rybarikova, having beaten all 4 of her previous opponents in straight sets, including a certain Caroline Wozniacki, who reached the world #1 ranking and won a Grand Slam before she retired a couple of years ago. She's competed a couple of times at the championship since then. Vandeweghe most recently last year when she made round 2.
15 love.
And if Eden Silva keeps up this kind of form, she should have high hopes of one day competing in the singles main draw at Wimbledon herself. So many cheap points on serve today. Was the right shot.
15
Back
all.
behind Vandeweghe, but the window was small and she was a little bit tangled up there, Silva, struggling to get around the ball. A little bit quicker about it now.
15-30.
Was quickly up to block the space behind that drop shot. Silva not well disguised enough as she looked to chop the ball into the open court up the line. Danger for the first time. And that danger
15-40.
just increased. Vandeweghe suddenly right up on top of the court and on top of the scoreboard. Double break point for the advantage.
Out game, Vandeweghe.
And there it is. The American gets the first breakthrough of the second set.
Vandeweghe leads 3-1.
Good to see how she's kept her head out here. Didn't get down with herself after the opening set, didn't go her way. The margins were slim. Very few games with opportunities for either player. And that should give Vandeweghe some confidence here with the break advantage. She can back it up. She's well on her way to leveling this match.
Faults. Love 15. $15 all.
There's just been a little bit more immediacy
30-15.
about Vandeweghe in this second set. Understandable that maybe she was a little slower off the starting blocks in that opening set. First match on grass courts this year. Now she's really warming to the conditions. More confidence in her striking.
40-15.
And devastating placement on the serve. You just can't argue with that.
Just leave it.
And Eden Silva's
Vandeweghe.
quality counter-punching ability can't do anything if she can't get a racket on the ball. Vandeweghe spinning those deliveries well out of
Vandeweghe leads
reach.
4-1.
And really establishing herself on the scoreboard now in this second set. Coach Craig Carden will be pleased. We've spoken about Eden Silva's doubles capabilities. 8 titles to her name. And it's Coco Vandeweghe who's a Grand Slam champion in doubles. 2018 was the year her singles struggles really began, but she took a step up on the doubles court alongside the recently retired Ashley Barty. The two of them stormed to triumph at the Miami Open towards the beginning of the year. And then they did even better after success at that premier event in March, back end of the year at the US Open. Got it done for their maiden major as a pair.
Time.
It can be tough winning big at any level, in any discipline I should say, singles or doubles. It does put a bit of a target on your back. You come and play at this level of event, you're generally expected to win.
Out.
And then you come up against quality opponents like
15
this
love.
one in Eden Silva, whose ranking doesn't necessarily match the ability they're able to produce.
Out. $30 love.
Way too good. Incredible height on the lob from Silva. Vandeweghe had turned her back. She knew that
40
she
love.
was not getting to the baseline to cover that. Never a better example of Silva's ability to hang with harder hitting opponents than the beginning of that rally.
Game Silva.
If we got a camera angle down at the baseline, I think you'd be surprised at how close some of these shots are traveling to the
Vandeweghe
net.
leads 4 games to 2.
Coming slick and fast. And Silva handling it nicely in that particular game. That was essential to keep our hopes of a straight sets win alive, but it's very much on the Vandeweghe racket. Big game upcoming.
Out, 15 love. $30
I understand.
I saw it good as well. I didn't see
Silva
space from here.
asking the question that
I
time
didn't see
around.
space from here. Yeah.
There is no Hawkeye at the Surbiton Trophy. If there was, I think Eden Silva would have been challenging that in the first moment. It's just another one of those things in this sport. You have to be able to swallow it, get over it. Move on quickly to the next point, and the opportunity here of a second serve.
$40
Or was it a second serve? Too good from Vandeweghe, totally faking Silva out there. She'd inched across to cover the tee.
Game Vandeweghe.
Too good from the American,
New
looking
balls,
comfortable
please.
for the time being.
Vandeweghe leads 5 games to 2.
This one quickly only takes a couple of points in a tennis match, and it will be Eden Silva after this sit down, serving to stay in the second set.
Thank you.
Good to see so many
Time.
people waited out the rain delay. It was intense, but it was a quicker one. And still a lot of tennis to be enjoyed on this Wednesday in Surbiton. Spoiled for choice across the grounds.
$15.
Great start to a big game for Silva. We saw it for Vandeweghe at this exact position in the opening set. Holding for 3-5 gave her the groundwork to build on in the second set.
Fault. Fifteen all. $15-30.
That is just devastating. She stepped up and snatched that so early, Vandeweghe. Critical to take that anticipation time away from Silva. Keep the ball off the centre of her racket. Doing damage here.
Fault.
And that's not surprising. You could almost
15,
feel it
14.
coming. Such is the manner in which Vandeweghe has stepped up. There's double the amount of pressure now on that second serve from Silva. And in this particular game, there's been double the number of second serves. The first delivery not helping her out, and it's double set point for Vandeweghe.
30-40. Game in second set.
Too
Underway.
big, too much from Coco Vandeweghe.
6-2.
Really stepped
One
up
set all.
to impose her quality in that second set. She levels up in style, the American. And it's a final set shootout to see who makes it into round two here at the Surbiton Trophy. The traditional start of the LTA's summer event season, one of 7 major tournaments that the LTA will be staging over the next 7 weeks. Of those 7 tournaments, it's one of 5 events that combines genders. So an ITF event for the women here alongside the ATP Challenger for the men. Other tournaments this season that will see both the men and women competing at the same time. Nottingham next week, staging the Challenger and the WTA. Then Ilkley the following week, ATP Challenger and another W100 ITF event. Eastbourne, we'll see the Premier level WTA event alongside the ATP 250. And then the British Wheelchair Open will also be staged in Nottingham after Wimbledon.
Time.
Still dry for now, and into the third set we go. Coco Vandeweghe having levelled up. How does Silva respond to that turnaround first set that she
Final
has
set.
dropped this week? 2 straight sets wins
Underway
for
to
her
serve.
in the qualifying draw. Different situation to tackle.
$15
And
love.
of course she comes with the serve and volley to open up. It has been more intentional from Vandeweghe since the start of the second set. Just a fraction. She did have that aggressive mindset coming into the match, just didn't have the quality to match, and Eden Silva's length of shot was troubling. Pegging her back at the baseline maybe more than she would like.
30 love.
And now Eden Silva is experiencing the same dilemma. Vandeweghe driving deep behind that serve.
Fault. Fault. 30-15.
Such has been the quality of the Vandeweghe serve since the early games of the match that any offering like that, a double fault here and there, Silva has to capitalise on it. Use it.
Out 40-15.
But Vandeweghe's not going to let her. That wide serve has been particularly biting. And if Silva can't anticipate it, she doesn't have a lot of a shot on it.
Game. Vandeweghe.
T-serve not half bad either.
First game, final set.
Vandeweghe just reminding the world that she was once ranked among the world's top 10, and not so long ago either. Probably feels like long ago with everything she's been through since. The ankle injury that kept her out for the best part of a year between 2018 and 2019. A freak hand injury to her left hand that she suffered during 2020 that required surgery. Severed 2 ligaments and a nerve. If she could see the silver lining, she probably was thankful that that wasn't her right hand, her playing hand. But you still need both on the backhand side.
15 love.
Yeah, I think the umpire meant love 15 there. Brutal forehand return from Vandeweghe.
Out 15 all.
And good response from Silva. She needs to make sure that she doesn't get distracted here. It's tough when the balls are coming thick and fast off both wings from Vandeweghe, but the backhand has been that little bit more vulnerable.
Out! 30-15. Out.
And that forehand.
30 all.
What a beauty from Vandeweghe. You could see how she just totally relaxed and let the racket do the work. Easy power as a result. Will the effects of that shot ricochet into this next point? Almost. Now that was on the
40-30.
edge of the service line there from Silva, a long outtake of breath. On the edge of being a double fault. But again, this court will favour the player that steps up.
Out, game Silva.
And the reaction speaks volumes.
Fourth down. 1 game all.
It's a big game for Silva. Disappointing the way the second set rolled away from her, if you look at it from her perspective. She's a player that can get down on herself. She has high expectations. Can't afford to let that get on top of her. She knows she's up against a quality, accomplished player today. Little things can make a big difference.
$15 love. Out. 30 love. $40 love.
The reaction time is minimal for Silva on the return at the moment. Going to have to try and anticipate ahead of time.
Out.
She has stood a little way back behind the baseline just to give herself that
40,
extra
15.
fraction of a second to line up. Give Vandeweghe the ball, she might miss cue off.
Out.
And there's one.
40-30. Game, Vandeweghe.
Well, you could tell Silva feels like that was a half chance missed, but once again,
Don't.
you've got to credit the serving quality of Coco Vandeweghe.
Okay.
Coming through under a little bit of scoreboard pressure at the back end there.
Vandeweghe leads 2-1.
And keeping her nose out in front in this deciding set. Vandeweghe a step ahead.
You're closer to it than me, so yeah. No, it's mine, yeah.
It was her first singles semi-final in 3 years when she made the last 4 in Birmingham last season, Vandeweghe. So a confidence boost, but then she knows she also needs to defend those points in a couple of weeks' time, so getting as much grass court prep as possible is a big deal.
Time.
We're seeing just why she's so dangerous on this surface right now, Vandeweghe. And Silva can't afford to get irritated by that, has to keep her focus on herself, just try and go about her business here.
Ready for play. Marie, Sam, Terry, Max,
15 love. Fault. Fifteen all.
It's nicely done.
30-15.
Home crowd just trying to get behind Silva a little bit here. You can sense that she's up against it with the relentless quality from the Vandeweghe racket at the moment.
Thirty all. Net first serve.
First strike intentional in this game.
40-30.
Finding the space immediately. Big boost for Silva that she can produce something that clinical at such a tight moment on the scoreboard.
Out. Game Silva. 2 games all.
Strong work from Silva to level up there. And the more
Balls down, please,
service
Silva.
games she holds, the longer she keeps Coco Vandeweghe out on court, and the more time there is for the American to have a drop-off. If she keeps banging in the first serves, you just have to say too good. But if she doesn't, still time for Silva to work her way back into this. On serve in the decider. Only takes a couple of points to turn the story of a match.
15 love.
It also takes getting a racket on the ball, and Vandeweghe is just relentless with that wide serve at the moment. You could see her creeping into the baseline after landing that delivery as well. When you're thinking about serving and volleying, it really takes that ball with that extra bit of intensity.
Net first serve.
Carries it away from the opponent. My goodness.
30 love.
Devastating strike from the American.
$40 love. Game.
3 aces.
Vandeweghe.
And a forehand winner. That was a perfect service game from Coco Vandeweghe.
Vandeweghe leads 3 games to 2.
And if she can sustain that level, you just have to clap and say well done.
That's okay.
Not a wonder that her 2 WTA singles titles have both come on a grass court. Each of those at the same event in the Netherlands, one in 2014, one in 2016. She's been a finalist at 4 other WTA level events in singles, most recently in 2018 in Stuttgart. 4 times the winner on the doubles circuit, inclusive of those big trophies we mentioned alongside Ash Barty in Miami and at the US Open, respectively. So really, on paper, Eden Silva was the heavy underdog coming into this. And yet, in the early stages, she really worked her way into the match nicely. At the moment, the blows are just too big from Vandeweghe, but she's going to hang in there and wait for her opportunity. Give Vandeweghe time to lose her weight.
Love. Fault. Fault. 15 all. $15-30.
And this is where she has to be really careful, Silva. The Vandeweghe service games are flashing by like lightning strikes at the moment, but this is on her racket. She can afford to take that bit more time, those extra couple of breaths, and look to land that first serve. And she does so impressively. That Vandeweghe stretched right out. And a little bit of agitation there on the face of the American. With her quality on serve, maybe feels like she could be at the finish line by now, but that's not how this works.
Out. 40-30. Deuce.
Too good on the placement from Vandeweghe. Not only did that ball come quick, but it was right into Silva's feet. Didn't have time to get out of the way, let alone direct the next shot. And that's well done. A few times in this match, Vandeweghe has snuck into the net quickly, got in Silva's eye line, been a distraction, an extra bit of pressure. not on that occasion. Silva keeping her eyes firmly on the ball.
Game, Silva.
Scoops that into the corner. Well done, Eden Silva.
Three games all.
Now it gets interesting. That was a huge game for the Brit to win. Vandeweghe just showing the first signs of frustration that for all the quality she's displayed, they're still level in this deciding set. And now we get into the 7th game, which can be so indicative of how a set or a match is going to end up. Does she keep up the first serve percentage?
Out, love 15. Fault.
Here we go. You can sense the momentum swing. Smart on the first point from Silva, chopping that return in deep. Not giving Vandeweghe a clean ball and cracking through that backhand when she had it lined up. Now the scoreboard pressure's on, and so's the heat for Vandeweghe.
Out.
Here we go. This is tennis for you. Can swing so
Love
quickly. And Silva has shown great resolve to give it the opportunity to do so. 3 chances to get the break and move out in front.
Fault.
Oh, she needed that. Boy, did she need that.
15-40.
3 seconds, 3 first serves, I should say, missed in a row. Is that enough, though? Or is the hole too deep? Still 2 break points to save.
$30-40.
Quality response from Vandeweghe here. Bravery rewarded with the big first serves. The forehands ripped behind them. Back to deuce.
Ooh.
Okay.
Advantage, Vandeweghe. Fault. Game.
Supreme survival there from Coco Vandeweghe. At love 40, if she'd have lost that game, you felt like the
Vandeweghe
match could have been
4
all
games to
but
3.
over. Could have witnessed the self-destruction. We saw the complete opposite there from the American, willing to step up and win or lose that game and potentially the match on her own terms.
It's 1 game to ball change, yeah? So the line umpire will come down and collect balls.
So now the pressure's right back on Eden Silva. So close. Can she swallow that pill? First set for Harriet Dart over on court 2. Over Natalia Stevanovic of Serbia. Dart, the number 5 seed here at the Surbiton Trophy this week. And that makes her the highest seeded Brit at the event. Dart recently featuring on the Billie Jean King Cup team. Here we go then, big moments for Eden Silva. They'll be incredibly telling. And that's an awesome start. Vandeweghe looking to land the big strikes. Silva not overplaying it, just guiding that ball into the right spots. And this was a difficult half volley. She was ready for if that ball came back. Confident in the forecourt.
Love. Out. 30-15. Fault. 40-15. Net first serve.
Too much from Vandeweghe. Silva's
40-30.
anticipation and ability to thread on the back foot has been pretty good when she's had a bit more time on the ball. But Vandeweghe getting nice and close to the net on that occasion.
Fault. Game Silva.
big miss from Vandeweghe. She knows
New
it.
balls, please.
Now, the return was elite quality.
All games all.
And she'll be kicking herself that she stumbled on the final ball,
Which is
scooping underneath that volley. Expects more of herself, but it is 4-all, and she does have to move on quickly. Serving with new balls here. They fly out of the can, and the balls fly on this surface anyway. If she can land the first serves, life is going to be tough for Eden Silva, but if those balls come back, they might just bite Vandeweghe. Business end of the match now.
Fault. Fault. Love 15.
And there it is, double fault on the opening point. Is that the new balls? Is it the scoreboard pressure? Could be a combination of the two.
$15-all.
Not the first time that she's come through with a big second serve in a big moment. One of the factors we could be looking back on if she does find a way through this, the number 7 seed.
Fault. Yeah, it was chalk, but the ball was long. It was in on the sideline. It was long.
Now it gets precarious.
15-30.
3 points played. 2 of those points double faults. Not the greatest timing.
$30-all.
That, though, was the greatest timing. From one extreme to the next. Double fault to the ace. But not home and dry just yet.
$40-30. Game.
She is now.
Vandeweghe.
Classic Coco Vandeweghe.
Vandeweghe leads 5 games to 4.
Biting deliveries to nail the lid on the coffin in that game and take herself 1 game away from the victory and from the second round. There have been some high pressure moments in this contest, none more so than those upcoming now. For the qualifier, Eden Silva has hung with Vandeweghe so well and hung tough, asked the questions, but so far the American has had the answers. She's got to fight Vandeweghe and the scoreboard now, Silva.
Time.
Here she is then. No breaks of serve in this deciding set, but Eden Silva is serving to stay in the match. It gets interesting. Oh, she's fortunate. Almost
Luck
took her
of
eye
day.
off the ball there, Vandeweghe. Sometimes those slower balls in the forecourt that look so straightforward can be the toughest of all. A lot of time to think and potentially overthink about where you put that shot.
Out. Fifteen all.
Now this time it's Silva's focus that should be praised.
30-15.
Vandeweghe scrambling that forehand back into play when it looked all but over.
Fault. Thirty all.
Tough moment this for Silva, right in the match, but also 2 points away from losing in it. Expect Vandeweghe to go big on this return.
Out.
She
30-40.
went big on the second serve. Silva, she was brave, but Vandeweghe had tracked it. Took the ball at just the right moment to redirect back into Silva's body. Gave her a lot to handle. And here it is. This break point is also a match point for the number 7 seed.
Out.
And the slim margins
Game,
go
catch,
her
match.
way at the final moment.
Vandeweghe.
2 times a Wimbledon quarter-finalist.
3-6, 6-2,
2
6-4.
times a WTA title winner on grass courts.
Yep. Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Coco Vandeweghe gets the job done, coming from a set down, winning in 3 sets over in-form qualifier Eden Silva. That's a good win.
Yeah, the language.
As Silva kept pegging her back, and the Brit has earned the applause as she leaves the court. What an effort. Huge rankings gulf between these two. Silva still on the edge of the world's top 400 in the singles rankings, and Vandeweghe with a career high of world number 9. A gap in rankings, a gap in experience, and ultimately the Vandeweghe serve just too strong, getting her that scoreboard advantage throughout the deciding moments of the match and getting her into the second round. So 2 winners so far today on centre court. Top seed Madison Brengel and number 7 seed Coco Vandeweghe in the women's draw. But we move on to focus our attention on the ATP Challenger tournament in the next few matches here on centre. One of those is already partway through. Jay Clark went up a set on Liam Broady yesterday before the rain hit, and they'll be back out very shortly to continue that contest. Stay with us.
I get it. I get it.
In your position, Ida complained as well. Okay, thank you. I don't think so. Right. Yeah.
I'm really passing the buck there. So he said, he didn't come on. Two movies. I did 2 movies on. He didn't come on. Then he came on and stopped talking and he said, we're going to walk in a minute. I want to be told, is there something? Just something. I've ended the match quite well. So I am too much to point down the main event. Okay. Right. And I have curved and confirmed. So it has come up twice now that I have the one to finish. And say, right. So, yeah. It can't be your problem. So here we go.
Said they bought up on grass, then they wouldn't have. Unless they want a competition. Right, see how it's say. Let's see what they say. guys the ones up on grass? No. So we'll have an extended one. The extra radio.
These are, I just took them out to Dan's office area. I asked did he got Christian here to take them? Didn't ring it. Okay, all right.
Thanks.
I'll put them on a 7 and turn it off.
Right, nice one, cheers.
Welcome back to centre court at the Surbiton Trophy. We're 2 matches down, 4 matches to go, but maybe we should say 3.5 because the match that's just come onto centre court is part completed. An all-British affair. Liam Broady taking on Jay Clark in the battle of British numbers 5 and 6. They contested the opening set yesterday, and Clark edged it 6-4. And then the rain hit, so hopefully we won't have a repeat scenario as they take to court once again, hoping to wrap things up. Abigail Johnson in the commentary booth, and on your screen now, this section of the men's draw. It's an ATP Challenger event, so entry level on the ATP Tour, but looking at just this section of the draw alone, and in fact the draw as a whole, that could be the main draw ATP 250. Or ATP 500 event. The strength is really present in this first week of the grass court season. This one of 7 events to be staged by the LTA over the next few weeks. The players looking to make the most of a very small portion of events on the lawns across the length of the year. The grass court season is the smallest segment on the tennis calendar. So getting started at the Surbiton Trophy, which is played during the week of during the second week of Roland Garros out in Paris, just gives players a little bit more time to get some form going on the grass and get warmed up to the conditions. So here's Jay Clark on your screen, and he's up a set, but he's ranked the lower of the 2, just fractionally in the current world rankings. A singles rank of world number 163 for Clark. Recently won his 3rd ATP Challenger singles title in April, so he's a man in form and a man with options on the tennis court. We saw that yesterday from the 23-year-old from Derby. He was giving Liam Broady a bit of a hard time at moments. Broady, 28 years old, from Stockport, Manchester, and a familiar face in British tennis for a long time. First announced himself as a junior, made it all the way to world number 2, and Wimbledon boys singles final in 2011, where he lost out to Luke Saville, who's also present this week in Surbiton, playing in the doubles alongside Thanasi Kokkinakis. Broady also champion in the boys doubles at junior level at Wimbledon in 2010, made the final there. But more recently, he's really established himself as a consistent presence on the ATP Challenger Tour, winning his first ATP Challenger last season. That had been a huge goal for Broady for a number of years. For about, I think he said the past 4 or 5 years, he'd had a goal to win a Challenger trophy. It was his 8th time in a Challenger singles final, and he at last got across the line. And when you get a breakthrough like that, it's huge mentally, big for the confidence. Brought that into this season as he qualified for the first Grand Slam of the year out at the Australian Open. Both these two contested qualifying at Roland Garros. Didn't make it through to the main draw, but gave them a little bit more time to prepare on the grass courts ahead of this tournament. And it's a tough one. They're doubles partners this week in Surbiton. In fact, if we make it right the way through the order of play, which is a lengthy one to make up for the rain delays yesterday, these two will be side by side on centre court later to take on their fellow Brits Alistair Gray and Ryan Peniston. So they've been working together, but now they're up against each other. And the pressure was on for Liam Broady as the higher ranked player in this contest, the more experienced player, 5 years Clark's senior. And there's that expectation from people watching, anticipating potentially a Broady victory. Might have been a little element of nervousness in that opening set yesterday. I don't think he'd say that
5 minutes.
That was close to his best level. But it does mean there's a lot to target today, a lot to work on. Good opportunity for both players here on centre court.
Resumption of a first round match between to the left of the chair Liam Broady. Right of the chair Jay Clark. Clark won the first set 6-4, with Broady to serve in the second set.
So an unusual situation, this match picking up from where it left off yesterday. And the ball on Liam Broady's racket starting in this second set. And Clark said yesterday that he would give his performance in the opening set a 6 out of 10. He sees room for improvement. He says the goal is to get to a 10 as soon as possible. Was as solid as he needed to be yesterday. There was one break point opportunity for either player. He took it. And that was enough to get the job done. But it's not completely done. The win is not in his pocket.
Yeah, no, we've got a service line up there. Yeah.
Looking more promising, the skyline here in Surbiton. Hardly dare say it, but the forecast is currently decent for the rest of the day.
Change the balls, please.
And we're ready to continue this encounter. Liam Broady serving first in the second set after Jay Clark took the opener.
Can you give one to Liam and put the other one back, behind the back? Just in the box. Yeah. Okay, got them all? Yeah? Nice, thanks. Second set, Liam Broady to serve. Ready, play. Fifteen love. Out. 15-0.
It's a chance to rewrite the script after a night's rest for Broady here. The forehand was definitely hit and miss yesterday in the opening set. A couple of forehand winners straight off the bat.
30-15. $40-15. Game, Broady.
That's brutal from Broady. Really encouraging
First
opening
game,
holds
second set.
in this second set of the encounter. Wonder if he watched back any of that opening set from yesterday. Tough day for both players after they were taken off court prior to the first set. It was 5 hours or so waiting to see if the match would continue or be cancelled. So the mental stress of waiting, holding on, not knowing what's coming next, not being able to eat properly in case you're back on within the next hour. And you've got to think that for Broady, that situation was the most beneficial. Clark had the momentum, had the upper hand. And Broady was struggling for answers on the backhand side on the return. And let's see what happens here.
15 left. Out. 15-0.
The challenge for Broady here is to find ways to get his opponent on the move when Clark is serving and conducting the points. Worked it effectively there. And that's beautiful disguise. He's got a bucket load of options, Clark, and he makes full use of them. Great touch means that you often don't see the firepower that he is capable of. The forecourt skills on full display.
40-15.
A winner over the defending champions at Wimbledon in 2017. Alongside Marcus Willis, they were wildcard entrants. Got the better of Pierre-Hugues Herbert and Nicolas Mahut. That was a memorable match.
Game, Clark.
And that was a high quality serve. Both players on the board in this second set.
Love 15. Out.
That lefty
15.
swing serve out wide is an automatic weapon. Drags the opponent wide of the court, and it's so difficult to anticipate and read as well.
Fifteen, 30.
There was just hesitation there from Broady after a quality serve up the tee. He seemed caught in two minds about what to do with the next shot. Now he has to tread carefully.
Let's go. 30. 40, 30. Out.
That's well handled. Saw the
Liam Broady.
deficit. Steps up in the face of it. Liam Broady keeping
Broady
things on
leads by 2
serve
games to 1.
in this second set. Approach those moments with exactly the right attitude, Broady, and that was something that he looked to change during 2019. Had a really good pre-season and then a disappointing loss in Australian Open qualifying. His instinct there was to kind of go off the rails and be a little bit careless off the court, and then he made a decision that he was going to look after himself off court and do the things necessary in order to produce on the match court and really give himself a chance to deliver on the tennis court and see if he was capable of knocking on the door of the biggest stages in the sport, getting to the highest level. It's been a really positive last couple of years for him. The pandemic came at a bad time, disrupting him a little. But he's sustained his position in the rankings pretty well, Liam Broady. Entered this year ranked the world number 128, having spent the whole of 2021 ranked inside the world's top 200. That's no mean feat.
Love. Net for service. Net for service. Love.
It was that serve that really came through for Clark in some big moments in the opening set.
Out. 30-15.
He timed it well. As the one break point held, one break point converted reflects. Peaked in the right places.
$30. At second service. No. Out.
Sharp angle on the slice. Difficult for
40,
Broady
30.
to contend with. So short in the court, barely crept over the net. And that's a good sign for Clark to have the presence of mind to produce in a tight scoreboard situation.
Just advantage, Broady.
He's kept sustained length, Broady. Is doing some damage. A little bit more time on the ball in the last couple of points. Used it to find the center of the racket. And he's got the first big chance here. And his first break point of the match. And there's the big delivery. It's good to see from Clark. First real danger that he's faced in his service game. Fended off without hesitation.
Out. Advantage, Clark. Just long.
Right smile, but it's the right intent from Broady out here. Looking to get on top of Clark and get him running early.
Yeah, that's the way I saw it.
All about how well he's able to take those misses in stride. Game point then. That's the way, the commitment, right there.
Juice.
Looking to close down the court. Spreading it early. Was that a serve or a bolt of lightning?
Advantage Clark.
That rocketed into Broady's body from the racket of Clark. And it's deja vu. He's come up with those big deliveries time and again under pressure.
Game Clark.
He holds on.
2 games over.
Different situation for Jay Clark this time around, chasing, but doing so well. Elsewhere in the draw, good win for Denis Kudla over Alexei Popper in 6-3 in the third. That's the strength of this field, that particular match is first round of an ATP challenger. Both players with experience on the ATP circuit.
Love 15. $15. $30-15.
Nicely worked.
40-15.
Rare that he's been able to keep the points that short. And even
Broady.
shorter. Good stuff from Liam Broady. Just
Broady leads
keeping
by
a
3
step out
games
in
to
front and maintaining that scoreboard pressure on Jay Clark, who leads by a set, but is playing catch up in the second. And both these players were tennis-playing siblings of Liam's 3 siblings, Emma, Callum and Naomi. The latter will be the most familiar name. Both Naomi and Liam Broady with singles main draw wins at Wimbledon to their name. And for Liam Broady, that's happened on a couple of occasions. First time in 2015.
Time.
And for Jay Clark, he's the youngest of 3, has an older brother Curtis, older sister Yaz, who actually represented GB in what was then known as the Fed Cup, now known as the Billie Jean King Cup. Has worked with his brother Curtis as a coach as well.
Net second service. Out, love 15.
That was delicate and brilliant
15-0.
from Jay Clark. You could see Broady stumbling at the back of the court, and that told you everything about how right a moment it was to produce that shot. It's not just the acute manner with which he landed it, but Brody's position behind the baseline made it really effective.
$15-13.
He's getting closer, Broady. The pressure in this set has been sustained. And Clark might not hold up
15-14.
against it. Here we go. It's not just the one on its own this time around. Back-to-back breakpoint opportunities for Broady, who's kept his head in some frustrating situations.
$30-40. Out, game, Broady.
There it is, his first
balls,
breakthrough of the
please.
match. He worked for it, Liam Broady.
Broady
He
leads
earned
by
it.
4-2.
Just kept things ticking over. Didn't let the misses get under his
We
skin.
only have 5.
Committed to the attack and was smart with the placement of return. Central and deep, just giving himself a little bit more margin, but sustaining the intensity that has done some damage. A couple of points make all the difference. Serving for 5-2 here.
Fifteen love. Thirty love.
Lovely stuff. Gave himself a nice safety
40
net
love.
on the scoreboard, picking up those first couple of points, Broady. You could sense the security in that wide serve.
Game,
And that
Broady.
one. Really good
Broady
level
leads by 5 games to 2.
from the 28-year-old who snatched this opportunity and ran with it. Just one game away from taking us into a deciding set. Coached by Dave Samuel is Liam Broady. Over a long period of time they've worked together. Samuel here with him in Surbiton. Credits him with staying with Broady through the ups and the downs, believing in his ability to come through and deliver, be a player of this kind of quality. Current world ranking of number 140 for Broady.
Time.
Career high achieved this year in February, number 116. So Clark's serving to stay in the set, even as he's down on the scoreboard. This is important to prevent Broady gaining momentum. Scoreboard says 5-2, but it's only one break of serve.
Fifteen love.
And so this is the big mental test now for Jay Clark. Can he stay in the moment and take this point by point and play as if he were 5-2 up, not 5-2 down?
Thirty love.
Player announcements. Can the following players is 6 ready to play? Marianne Bowles-Baxter, Isabel Lacey.
Oh, that's seared the sideline.
30-15.
Definitely a 30 love down shot. Maybe just trying to get in Clark's head a little bit. Shake the focus that he has going on at the beginning of this game.
It's 40-50.
But he hasn't flinched here. Jay Clark with the double game point to force Broady to do this the hard way. Well, that was tough. He had to get low to meet that ball. Pulled around there.
40-30.
Even for someone with Clark's double skills, that was a tough one. Potential for this to get close. And that's huge. Rifling through the forehand there, Broady.
Juice.
Warning shots sent to Jay Clark, who's on the scramble. Don't give me time on the ball, or you'll have to deal with this.
Advantage Clark.
Vicious.
Juice.
Answering the questions being posed here, Broady. And approaching the net and getting inside the baseline on his own terms. And is Clark confident enough to pull out the drop shot again and start to maneuver Broady around the court?
Out. Advantage Clark. Net for service. Out.
And we could look
Game,
back
Clark.
on that as a key survival for Jay Clark. Didn't face the break points
leads
that
by 5
would have been
games
set
to 3.
points, but he was pushed close, back and forth from deuce. Kept the points crisp when he needed to, so it is up to Liam Broady to wrap up the set on his own terms. And that's when things can get a little bit interesting. Mentally, the situation is slightly different when it comes to putting the lid on something. Needs a good start to this game. And he'll get it.
15 love.
Low margin for error when you're cracking that backhand down the line. Makes it a devastating shot when you land it, but can be tough to pull off.
Out. 30 love.
Been swinging so nicely on that forehand
40
side
love.
today, Broady, and consistently just getting that ball out in front. Doesn't feel like he's forcing anything. Triple game point is triple set points for the British number 5.
Game and second
And
set.
to a decider we
Broady.
go on centre court. Great rebound from Liam Broady. It's been
By 6 games to 3.
a havoc-filled
1-0.
24 hours since they contested the opening set of this one. Actually, over 24 hours at this point. Not the usual situation with a match like this, but Broady gets the job done.
Score update.
Takes us
Centre
into a
court,
final
second
set
set.
shootout.
Broady
Let's look at
3,
these
1-0.
numbers. The first serve percentage really dipped for Clark. You can see he's not far off Broady in terms of first serves won, but that number below the 50% mark is nowhere near good enough by his standards. He knows that has to be much higher, particularly with the second serve getting attacked as well. Broady just made a point of being cleaner as he looked to be immediate. And all the breakpoint opportunities were Liam Broady's. So into the decider we go. Broady up on the head-to-head, 2 wins and 2 meetings, but they hadn't faced off since 2018. Can he make it 3 of 3? Good to see the sun shining and the stands full. And people did stick around during the one short shower that we witnessed today,
Time.
midway through the second match of the day on centre court. Actually, early stages of that match, Coco Vandeweghe, the number 7 seed, getting it done in 3 sets over Eden Silva, who put up a great fight as a qualifier in the main draw.
Final set. Clark to serve.
So can Jay Clark find his level of the opening set on serve to kick things off in the decider?
Fifty love.
Looking more and more confident
51.
on that forehand, Broady. He's running round for it. Clark struggling to get him on the stretch.
Ben to Chris, I think I've just had a message coming up on my tablet saying it's running out of battery. It still says battery red.
And look at the position that Broady's able to keep in the court from the
15,
first
13.
ball, right up on top of that baseline. He's been
Chris, did you get
stepping
that
in
message from centre court? I think it might be
consistently
running out of
since
battery
these two
in the
came back
tablet.
out onto centre. Clark having to scramble.
Have a look at the next change events.
And that first serve is a necessity in this opening game as he looks to keep the scoreboard advantage in this final set. Sitting back a little, Clark, happy to react.
15-40.
And Broady is starting to hit through his defences. Dangerous times for the lower ranked player. A couple of breakpoint chances. That was well placed. It had to be from Clark's
30-40.
racket. The first serve has betrayed him as not his friend at the moment. One saved. One still to fend off.
Juice.
There it is. Comes through for him at the 11th hour. So often you see the opening game of a deciding set go to juice. Both players sense the importance of it in terms of seizing momentum, getting that early step up. High level. And once he's got himself inside the baseline like that, Liam Broady, he's not been missing much to date.
Vantage, Broady.
Third chance to get across the line here.
Game, Broady.
That's exactly what he wanted. Liam Broady
First
puts
game,
the lid on
final
the
set.
second set, immediately breaks to launch the third. had a lot of time to think about how that opening set went down. Seems to have made some good assessments from it and come out that little bit more focused and that little bit more prepared. It's first match on the grass, making that transition. Yeah, he's been practicing for a while at the National Tennis Centre, but there's a difference between the practice court and the match court. The mentality, the physicality, different ball game. And high expectations for Broady, who's featured in multiple ATP main draws this year, comes to a challenger. He's up against an opponent who he knows is capable, a guy that knows his game well, but he's carrying the target. The expectation is on him to come through and deliver, and that's tough to deal with that. Any early nerves not in evidence today. Serving to back up the break.
$15 off. Net for service. At 30 love.
He's going to have to work hard now, Clark, because there's no real reason for Broady to get tight with the level of his service games in recent minutes and with the advantage now in this set. That's well done by Clark. Just catching Broady out before he had full time to recover his balance. That high backhand volley, one of the toughest shots in the book. He barely landed before Clark was getting across that ball. But that's a little look inside the mind of Liam Broady right now.
40-15.
Something that might have rocked his boat a little if it had happened in the earlier stages of this match. He brushes it off, gets right back to business, keeps it simple.
It's game Broady.
And there it is, the break backed up, which means it counts now.
Broady leads by 2 games to love.
And daylight on the scoreboard.
You want to try to?
So suddenly, even in the early stages of this decider, it's looking like a must-hold service game for Clark.
It's not charging for some reason. Yeah, I don't know why. Okay, 1 second, Jay.
A little bit of a 21st century dilemma from the umpire's chair, it sounds like. They keep the score on a... trying to think of the word.
It's my fault.
Clearly I'm not from this century. An iPad, I think. They've got the score that they're recording. That particular device seems to be running out of charge. So emergency assistance has been summoned.
Yeah, it's fine. Just check it's going on.
Not your everyday disruption to a tennis match.
Yeah, we're good. Yeah. Sorry, guys. Thanks. Yeah, cheers.
But on we go.
Low 50.
Now, the return was devastating. Sim came in so
Loved
quickly to Clark's
Loved it.
feet. And Broady sensing that his opponent wants to step up and go for it a little bit more, fully aware that Broady himself is looking to attack from the first ball. He'll heave a sigh of relief at that miss.
15-13.
It's tough. You can't really criticise
15-14.
the decision there from Clark to switch it up, but Liam Broady has planted himself well and truly inside his opponent's head, and the clarity that we saw from Clark yesterday has evaporated. Opportunity for the double break. How on earth has he won that
Broady.
point? Nearly fell clean off his feet there, Liam Broady.
Broady leads by 3 games to love.
The slippiness of the lawns didn't help his foothold, but it did help that backhand down the line, which flew at lethal pace into the Clark racket. Had him scrambling. Let's watch this back. Clark so deep behind the baseline. And Broady almost let it go. Did well to keep his eye on the ball. Instinct would have been to put his hands down and keep himself upright. A determined look in his eyes. That's the double break. If he can back that up, he is well on his way into that second round. Getting along quite nicely now through these first round matches. Huge order of play after the delays yesterday.
It's okay on the tablet, but I still don't have network.
So Broady looking to consolidate the double break.
Fifteen left. Net for service. Love.
Starting to race towards round 2 now, Liam Broady. And someone whose opponent for round 2 is now confirmed is Andy Murray, who's been safely into that second round for a couple of days now.
40 love.
Rattled through his opener.
I wasn't sure, it was very close.
He'll face
Yeah.
Heise
I went with the
Brewer
lineup.
in the
I went
next
with the lineup
round
on that one.
after the qualifier got it done in straight sets over at Radu
That's a 40
Alba,
love, yeah.
former top 40
That's
player
just how it
earlier to
sounds, yeah.
date. Yeah. 6-4, 6-4 for Brower, who's been rocketing up the rankings at pace this year. Beat Aidan McHugh in the second round of qualifying.
Game Broady.
Little hold up there, no problemo for Liam Broady.
Broady leads by 4 games to love.
Made that look pretty comprehensive, and if he's to make any move now in this match, Jay Clark has to hold this service game and put that deficit, the gaping 4 love hole, out of his mind.
Love 15. Out. Out. 15. 15-30.
Nicely done by Clark. Able to catch Broady off guard.
30.
Has to take each and every point in isolation now. Treat each as its individual match.
30-40.
And the return has been such a factor from Broady today. Asking the questions from the first ball and consistently there to treble on the scoreboard. And this is break point for the triple break. It was there.
Yes.
And that was the issue. Sometimes those balls that look so straightforward to put away are the toughest. You could see Clark running to cover as well out of the corner of his eye, closing down. Still alive.
Out. Advantage Clark. Juice.
Great response from Clark. It's been rare that that return has been
Advantage, Clark.
short enough in the court for him to get on top of it like that and advance quickly. But taking hold of that ball early.
Game Clark.
Clean hitting to come through, and it's good to see the body language there from Clark, the fist pump, the
But he leads
belief
by 4
that's
games to
still
1.
present. Now 1-4 looks a lot different to 5-love, keeping it to the double break. But he can't afford to relent at all out here. It's on Liam Broady's racket. Has to be ever present to ask the questions that might just sway the focus of his opponent, who has looked locked in over the course of the last 45 minutes or so. Even at the changeovers, that look of concentration etched on Liam Broady's face, taking this very seriously. Halfway through the day on centre court, 2 more singles matches to follow this one, each of them with British interest. Wildcard Ryan Peniston will have his hands full against the number 2 seed Adrian Mannarino, who has often performed on grass courts over the years, took Roger Federer to 5 sets at Wimbledon last year. And then Billy Harris, who's come through qualifying, will take on Jack Draper, one of the most promising talents in the British game. In fact, the British game fielding the most depth and potential that we've seen in a long time, and Liam Broady himself has noted that. He takes a particular interest in the progress of the other Brits on the ATP tour. A lot of exciting up-and-comers. Has the reins of this match, but he has to hold on to them. Still 2 games away.
It's 15 off. Thirty love.
He's not relented at all, Liam Broady. This is really impressive. So close to the 5-love advantage. And he's acting as if he has won the last 6 games straight. Oh, hello. Angle on the return.
40-15.
And definitely a 40 love return from Clark. He has to get loose and swing here. Just see if he can unsettle Broady at all.
Game Broady.
And there it is,
New balls,
5-1.
please.
Liam Broady just a step away from the
Broady
second
leads by
round.
5-1.
But it's not like Jay Clark hasn't faced stern tests on the grass before. He does have a Wimbledon main draw singles win to his name. Picked up in 2018 by Jay Clark. And in the second round, on one of the biggest show courts, court number 1, he took on a legend of the game, a certain Mr. Roger Federer. Took him to a second set tiebreak as well.
50 love.
So he's experienced some of the heights that the sport has to offer, Clark. And if he can keep producing shots like that,
30 love.
he's likely to see a bit more of tennis' biggest stages. Even if he loses this match, you've seen the versatility he has to offer.
$30.50.
It was the setup that made that such a brilliant shot.
40-15.
Rifling through the backhand. Brody's backed off there, expecting another deep strike. Out comes the dropper.
Game.
And that's a good hold from Jay Clark, just putting the overall scoreboard out of his mind and getting the job done. Forcing Liam Broady once again, as he did in the second set, to do this the hard way. That's to be his last service hold. It was a good one. He might be asking himself why he wasn't ripping those ground strokes a little sooner. He has the ability to do that, Clark. He kind of prefers the touch and feel most of the time. Might have something to do with a lot of recent competition on clay, where you have to have those options in order to endure and survive a slower surface, a more demanding surface. This is the week where you really start to make that transition to the pace of the grass courts that do favour a big hit, the likes of which we've seen from Broady throughout the couple of sets contested to date.
Not yet.
But there's still time. The match isn't over. The pen for the script, though, is in the hands of Liam Broady, who will serve for his spot in the second round.
15 love.
Sorry.
30 love.
As well as Clark did in that previous game, it did feel like a
40
prolonging of the inevitable. Broady had already done the damage, building that 4-love lead, creating the space between the two players, and he's got match points to choose from here at 40 love.
Game, set match.
He'll take the first.
Broady.
That's a really good win for Liam
Two
Broady.
sets to 1, 4-6, 6-3, 6-2.
And a tough match. You've got to feel for Jay Clark. He had a very solid level going. He called it a 6 out of 10 in the opening set, doing what he needed to. Had great tunnel vision and focus and clarity on the court. But Liam Broady came out today, seized the reins, never handed them back. Took the bull by the horns time and time again. And really stepped up. We've said it before. Fortune favours the brave. So does a grass court. And Broady was willing to step up and take his chances there. And he just kept his first serve percentage consistently the higher of the two. You can see it there at the end of the match. Those numbers did drop for Clark today. That first serve was not his friend. And Brody's aggressive play behind his own was picking him up cheap points and putting that scoreboard pressure on his opponent. Hence the more break point opportunities for Broady. So 3 matches down on centre court and a win wrapped up for Liam Broady. We'll see him again in round 2. But we'll be back with you on centre court very shortly. Ryan Peniston, wildcard from Great Britain, will be taking on number 2 seed Adrian Mannarino. That could be a good one. I've been Abigail Johnson, taking you through the opening matches of the day, and Nick Lester will be with you shortly for the next 2.
Well, welcome back to the Surbiton Trophy. And a beautiful early evening, I'm delighted to say, after a couple of days of very inclement weather. As we continue our coverage, my thanks to Abby Johnson. My name is Nick Lester. I'll be here with you for the remainder of the evening's play. And some British interest coming up here, as we just remind ourselves of this section of the draw. Dennis Kudler, the 7th seed, overcoming Alexei Popperin earlier on today. We had a win for Liam Broady, as we've just seen. Max Purcell also coming through, beating the former Wimbledon semi-finalist Sam Querrey, who's on a poor run of form, is the American right now. And at the top of the draw there, Pierre Huguebert, the 2nd seed in qualies, negotiated his way through the qualifying, and he's currently out there in the early stages, taking on James Duckworth. So a couple of lefties for us to enjoy. And Adrian Mannarino of France, currently ranked 69 in the world. He's the Frenchman, who is into his early 30s now. A very fine grass court player. Always tends to come into the grass a little shy of form, though, because his record on the clay this year, once again, was a disappointing one. Just 1 win and 6 defeats in all over the spring, much like it was last year. Remember, last year he went 0-7, the year before 0-3. So a guy who, clearly his game is very much not suited to the clay, but much more suited to the lower bouncing grass courts, is the Frenchman. And a fine career, a very fine career. Got himself on the cusp of the world's top 20. That was 4 years ago in 2018. He's an ATP Tour champion, finally able to win his first title. You may remember, after a few years of trying to make it happen, that actually happened in Hertogenbosch back in 2019. He was the champion over there in Holland, beating Jordan Thompson in the final that year. But having made 9 previous finals, in fact overall, he's had a very solid career for a guy who's got a rather unique way of playing this particular sport. Been a really good year for the Brit Ryan Peniston, playing off a career high ranking this week of 196. Is Ryan broke the top 100 for 200, excuse me, for the first time just a few weeks ago. In fact, just prior to Roland Garros, where he did go and try and qualify, but lost in the first round of qualies to Andrei Kuznetsov, the veteran Russian, good player. Lost 2-2 in the first round of qualies of the French, but it's been a superb season. Really has 15 wins and 10 defeats. And you've got to remember that this time last year, Ryan was ranked down outside the world's top 350. So it's been a season of progress. In fact, 390 was Ryan's ranking 12 months ago. So that gives you a good indication of just the sort of steps that he's made up the world rankings on the ladder. 3 challenger finals.
5
Watched
minutes.
a few
Change the
weeks
balls,
ago in
please.
Prague, as he's really kind of
Just
stepped
all the balls
up
in,
to
and
that
then we just put some new ones in.
second tier. When he tried to find his feet at that level, played consistently throughout the course of last year, and played almost 80 singles matches in total over the course of last year. Really did
Thank you.
compete week in, week out. Ended his year in early December. Put together a really solid season. Won 45, in fact, of his 67 matches in all last season. So excellent effort. And I guess now for him, it's about trying to establish himself at this level. Trying to find his feet here, see if he's got the game to do it week in, week out before he looks to try and make further moves towards the top 100. But undoubtedly a tough ask today against a player who is extremely secure on a grass court. Very awkward game, very unusual. Guy who enjoys pace coming his way, doesn't give you too much to work with, keeps the ball extremely low. There's Mannarino. And with all the rain around over the last couple of days, thankfully this particular show court here was covered, but a lot of the outside courts weren't, so the ball's not bouncing up a whole lot. They're pretty soft, as it can often be the case at the start of the grass court season. In terms of dropping down to play at challenger level for Mannarino, First time he's chosen to do that this season.
Yeah.
In fact, first time he's actually played at challenger level since he won the title in Monterrey in Mexico, which was just at the start of March in 2020. Of course, with his ranking being where it's been, he's not had the need to, but does have some points to defend next week over in Holland, because you have to remember with his ranking, those points from Rosmalen in Hertogenbosch from 2019, some of those points are actually still on his ranking, so he's got a little bit of pressure to try and defend a few points over the course of the next couple of weeks.
3 minutes.
Give an extended warm-up here because of the lack of practice courts today. Of course, so many matches taking place around the grounds, all the courts being used here. Really busy today as well. Great to see so many people out and about. Sold out from here on in this tournament. And some big names as well, some players that have been at the top of the game for many years, competing here in Surbiton this week, an event that's taking place for the first time in 3 years. Let's not forget, after all the problems with COVID, this event was not able to be played over the last couple of years. But it's so often kind of fired the starting gun, if you like, for the grass court swing. Ryan, born and bred in Essex, spent his time playing at the University of Memphis. Wasn't actually
2 minutes.
a standout college player, had a good college career, but certainly wasn't one of the very best college players.
First round match, best of 3, tiebreak sets.
He worked
To
hard
the right of the
to
chair, from
improve
France,
his game, be a
Adrien
little more
Mannarino.
aggressive, take a few more risks on the ball, try and go after it. It's in the early days.
To the left of the chair from Great
just to
Britain,
make
Ryan
balls.
Peniston.
Waited for opponents to miss, but has had to kind of come out of the comfort zone, if you like.
Mannarino won the
learn
toss, chose to receive.
to be a little bit more proactive at times, take the ball on, because of course at challenger level you're not going to get away with just being solid, for the most part anyway. In terms of Ryan's career against players inside the top 100, when he played, this will be the third player he's played ranked inside the top 100. Bernard Tomic was the
1
first.
minute.
He actually beat the Australian a couple of years ago on the grass. Tomic pulling out of that match, retiring after a set. And the other top 100 player he played was Tommy Paul back in 2019 at the Cary Challenger over in the States. Tommy Paul beating Peniston that day 4 and 6. So it's been a while since he played someone of this caliber.
.30 seconds.
Still to follow this match, remember. Jack
Balls to
Draper
that side, please.
will take on Billy Harris, an all-British contest. Billy Harris having come through the qualifying in good style.
End of warm-up. First set, Ryan Peniston to serve.
So Ryan Peniston to get the
Play.
penultimate match of the day underway here in Surbiton. And with a Brit to begin.
$15 love.
One of
15
the
all.
obvious challenges of facing someone like Mannarino is just how low he keeps the ball, especially off the backhand side. More so off that wing. It's an extremely flat hit, one of the flattest in the men's game.
Out. 15-30.
He's 3 years of age now. Is the Frenchman.
30 all.
Been a member of the world's top 100 ever since he was able to make that breakthrough season. Again, back in 2013 was the year that he made his big move. That's good tennis. Lovely deflector of pace.
30-40.
Just short backswing on this two-hander, so able just to manage that wing so well.
Out. Game Mannarino.
And the
First
perfect
game.
start for the Frenchman. Defeats on the clay to Federico Del Bonis in the first round of Roland Garros. Holger Rune beat him in Lyon. In fact, Lyon was the venue where he got his only win on the clay this year. That was against Karatsev. Grigspor beat him in Rome. Dusan Lajovic in Madrid. Gerasimov and Hugo
Adrian
Delia.
Mannarino to serve.
Those players that were able to overcome Mannarino over the course of the spring.
Fifteen off. Out.
It's obviously one of his greatest strengths, the
30
ability
love.
to open the court up with his lefty serve. Does have the flat one down the tee as well, which you obviously have to guard against, so there's a fair bit of court you have to cover.
Forty love. 40-15. Out. Game Mannarino.
So consolidates the break impressively.
Mannarino leads 2 games to love. 15 love.
Ryan's record on the grass courts last summer. Played the 3 events over the course of the summer.
Let for serve.
Just the 1 win. Defeats in the Nottingham Challengers. That win coming over Marc-Andrea Husler. That was in qualies of Queens before he lost in the second round there. But he'll certainly be hopeful of getting a wild card into Wimbledon this year. After all that he's achieved so far this season, and the rewards for all the efforts he put in last year as well. He did put himself out there, got on the road week in, week out.
$40 love.
I think, of course, you have to do if you are to climb the rankings.
$40-15.
Well played. Such short swings does Mannarino.
40-30.
Again, the slightly quicker, lower bouncing courts. Actually strings his rackets exceptionally loose. Loosely does Mannarino as well, one of the players whose tension is very, very low. It's tended to be the way over the years for him. Compensate maybe for a lack of racket head speed by actually getting a little bit of help from the strings.
Out.
You can see how often
Advantage Mannarino.
Peniston's having to hit the ball from kind of shin height. Very hard to kind of hit with aggression from that far low, down low.
Out. Juice. Advantage Peniston. Again, Peniston.
Good serving. Three first serves in a row. And the Brit gets the side of the
leads 2 games to
scoreboard
1.
moving in this first round match here in Surbiton, 2-1. 6. Here's Ryan. Played for many years for his county growing up before making that decision to go and play at the University of Memphis. Completed his 4 years of a scholarship over there back in 2018 before deciding to turn professional.
Time. The 15.
Fortunate, the Brit, but making the most of it. Just looking at Mannarino's career breakdown, surface by surface, and at tour level, has a 58% win-loss on grass over the course of his 10 years as a pro. Compare that with the other surfaces, 22%
15 on.
matches won on clay and 46 on the hard, so it was a sizable jump for him in terms of his success rate over the years on this surface. Twice made the last 16 at Wimbledon, not to be forgotten. Djokovic, in fact, in 2017.
15-30.
Yeah, the last 16 there. Federer, it was at the same stage in 2018.
Third seal. Out. 40-30.
It's done so well off the return. I mean, just to get it back, but to be able to put it back with something on it as well. First point is well against the Mannarino first serve.
Advantage Mannarino. Game, Mannarino.
Is unplayable, and he's able to create that sort of angle.
Mannarino leads 3-1.
So much movement on the ball as well. It's one thing to be able to hit the spot being a lefty, but it's what the ball is doing actually once it lands. That's so crucial for him. Good start from the Frenchman.
15 love.
His return position as well. Mannarino stands very tight to the baseline off the return, so certainly makes that wide serve a little tougher to find. Gives you a little less room to work with.
Thirty 15. Forty 15. Game,
Excellent
Peniston.
second serve from Ryan Peniston, who is
Mannarino
putting
leads
himself
3
in
games
touch
to
here
2.
in this opening set. He trails by the break 3-2.
Serve. Time.
So first round continues here at the Surbiton Challenger this week, the Surbiton Trophy. Men's and women's combined here. Of course, the women's being a $100,000 event on the ITF circuit. The men's event 125k, which is the highest level of Challenger Tour event. Strong field to match as well.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Players are ready. Out. 15 love. Out. 15 all.
Certainly the forehand side is the a wing where you're going to get a few more mistakes from Mannarino. A few years ago had some big problems with the wrist and actually forced to change the grip pretty drastically in his early days on tour. That's superb. Took really well to keep the length
15
when he
30.
was under a bit of pressure.
Thanks, ladies and gentlemen. The stands at the back on the left. Can you just keep your voices down, please? Thanks. Thirty all.
Player announcements. Following players report to court 5. Ready to play. Christopher O'Connell, Silva, 1.
It was a good opportunity, and he knows it.
40-30.
Maybe just questioning himself a touch. A little surprising. He was trying to go cross court with it.
Game, Mannarino.
So Mannarino definitely been made to work a little harder to hold, but hold he does.
Mannarino leads 4 games to 2.
Seven top 10 wins in his career as the Frenchman. Last of those coming last season in Moscow, where he beat Andrei Rublev. Beating some quality opposition.
15 up.
Cilic, Rajanic, Songa, Wawrinka. All when they are in the world's top 10. Tsitsipas as well.
Fifteen all. Out.
Such an effective return.
15-30.
To take the ball so early. Peniston barely out of the serve before he was under pressure.
Fifteen 40.
Some problems defending the second serve right now. Just 2 of 9 points won is Peniston. 2 more break points for the Frenchman here.
Thirty 40.
That's superb. Doesn't overplay that sort of ball
Jeeves.
break point down, but Moved through it superbly.
Out. Advantage Mannarino. Let for serve. Game Mannarino.
Did look a little long, didn't it? Peniston unhappy with the call.
New
Lack
balls,
of one.
please. Mannarino leads 5-2.
But Adrian Mannarino won't be complaining because he has stretched his lead here in the first to 5-2.
Time.
Coached by Mark Taylor for a while now as Ryan. Certainly Mark has been around the coaching scene for many years. So talking to a few people on site here this week, they feel that what Mark has done has certainly added a new degree of professionalism to Ryan's tennis.
Out
Taking
15
the
left.
details a little more consistently. As Mark was based at the JTC setup previously.
Out. 30 left.
That's the ball you want to make
30,
him play
15.
for the forehand. That one down there. That gets a little lower on him. Quite as comfortable generating the pace off that sort of ball.
Out. 40-15.
Very tough to deal with a ball that length. That was right on the line, pacey. Engaging in that sort of rally with this guy, it's not always advisable. Enjoys the pace and you feed him.
Out. 40-30. Game and first set, Mannarino.
Pretty comfortable in the end from a man who was very comfortable
6 games
on
to
the
2.
grass courts, back on this surface, back playing at this level for the first time in a couple of years, and Mannarino takes the first 6-2.
Go ahead.
Cheers, Jerry.
After 2-1, so for the next change over, you guys can come to court, please. Yeah, that's fine. I'll get the doctor to call.
So a quick look at some of the numbers over the course of that set.
Thank you.
Well, really, I guess the one element of the match or the first set that doesn't show you was the unforced error rate, because Mannarino certainly kept things very tight in that department, forcing a few more mistakes out of the Brit. Keep you updated on a couple of matches that are
Mannarino 6-2.
taking place right now around the grounds. Certainly on the men's side in particular, James Duckworth, the Australian, who suffered a very unfortunate injury again after the Australian Open this year. He had a brilliant year last year to James, but had to have a hip surgery just after the Australian Open. He hasn't played a whole lot. He's taken the first set over Pierre-Hugues Herbert, the French qualifier, 7-6. Jordan Thompson, another Australian, has just beaten Marius Copil, the lucky loser from Romania, 3-4.
Second set, Peniston to serve.
Chris O'Connell is currently out there. One other match to inform you of, the All-British Affair. Alistair Gray, what a good season it's been for Alistair. Given a wild card into this week, he's taken the first set over the qualifier, Mark Whitehouse.
Love 15.
Change-ups there for the first time, throwing in the slice backhand to the Mannarino forehand. It's been a good play over the years against this guy. Extracting some errors, not on that occasion though.
Fifteen all.
Oh!
15-30.
Player announcements and the following players please report to court 7 ready for play. Lydia Parks, Yana Peck.
Oh, that's outrageous. Wonderful
30
dig
all.
and a little smile on his face. He knew how good that was. Much needed as well.
Out. 40-30. Out game, Peniston.
So good hold from Ryan Peniston, very important.
First game, second set.
Just to try and build some pressure. Last couple of years has obviously been a little more challenging to move up the world rankings as well, with the COVID ranking in place, effectively that 2-year ranking in place. It's almost at an end now. They'll even themselves out that much more. So in his ranking at one, where he is just inside the top 200, he can
Thanks, kids.
pretty much build a schedule around the Challenger circuit for the next couple of months or so. And some tour level qualifying as well. Some 250s maybe. That's the one he just
Love 15.
decelerates on sometimes. You can see there wasn't much racket head speed off that ball. Especially when he gets a little deeper in the court.
Love 30.
So good chance here for the Brit. Something to work with.
Out. Love 40.
First break points for Ryan Peniston.
$15, 40.
That's
Game,
really well
Peniston.
done. Exploited the space nicely.
Peniston leads 2 games to love.
Ryan Peniston gets his first break early in the second set.
Love 15.
Cut for the main draw here this week. 142 was the last direct acceptance.
Out.
Top 8 seeds, in fact, all inside the world's top 85.
15 off.
Doubles extremely strong here as well. Jamie Murray, the top seed, alongside Philip Polasek, both major champions.
Let second set.
Wasn't quite quick enough to react, was he? You can see there. Didn't
30,
get himself
15.
out to the boards. A little too slow to get behind it. So it requires a few more shorter steps on the grass. In terms of people talk about the movement on this surface, it's crucial. That's where it's a little more unique compared to the other surfaces.
Teal.
Unable to make the volley awkward enough.
40-30.
A rare foray forward for the 26-year-old.
Game, Peniston.
And a really good response.
Peniston
The world number
leads 3 games to
196 at the start of this second set. Ryan Peniston forges a 3-love lead.
Balls need to stay at that end. Kids, ball boy, mate, need to stay at that end.
Only just missed out on getting into the Australian Open qualifying at the start of the year. Actually did go down to Australia. But, in the end, only ended up being 3 or 4 places out of qualifying. So, to hit down at the Rod Laver Arena at Melbourne Park as he just checks his notes again. Some good practice down there. Just played the one event before coming back to compete in the UK Pro League, then over in Loughborough. It's been a huge benefit, the UK Pro League, to so many of the Brits in the last 18 months.
Love. $15 all.
Oh, it's a great shot. Something was able to accelerate
50.
through it.
Let, first serve.
Got unlucky. He's left himself a little too much to do. You can see Mannarino looks to be struggling a touch
40-15.
physically at the end of this run. Never the easiest guy to read from a pure body language perspective. Doesn't give too much away.
Game, Mannarino. Peniston leads 3-1.
Despite all his qualities on this particular surface, never easy of course when you come back on it for the first time in a year. You can see the movement maybe a touch inhibited. Peniston definitely up in the aggression.
15 love.
Trying to get Mannarino moving a little more often.
Thirty love. Let first serve. $30-15. $40-15.
Things very tight in the first, Mannarino, but he's coughing up a few more mistakes right now. He finds himself behind in the score.
$40-30.
Didn't quite get the legs down low enough to
Juice.
get underneath the ball. Again, Mannarino reading the serve impressively. A little more work to be done in this game.
Out. Advantage, Peniston.
Oh, it's caught the line.
Juice.
Perfectly from the Frenchman. So well done. Just waited for the right ball and pulled the trigger too early. A really low short ball.
Advantage, Peniston.
Played the percentages on. So yeah, much better height to take that one on down the line. Really good strike. Oh,
Game,
that's
Peniston.
even better. Brett is feeling it right now.
Peniston leads 4 games to 1.
He gets himself ahead 4-1, having been outplayed in the first.
Player announcement. Following players report to court 4. Ready to play. Full jump. Nicole Kukushkin.
Time.
Just looking at the points tally for Ryan Peniston, ATP points that is. 195 in the world. He has 291 ATP points. Now just to give you a bit of an idea in terms of his quest to kind of move up towards the top 100. The player currently ranked 100 has 645 ATP points, so he's got to double his tally to get anywhere near that. Breaking into double figures.
Out.
Good news for him is there's nothing to defend
Love
really over the
15.
course of the next month. Bad news, of course, if he is to get a wild card into Wimbledon, as we know, there are no points at the William Club this year.
Love 30.
Win here in the first round would be worth 11 ATP points. That's the tally for a second round appearance. Breakdown round by round.
15,
11 for the
30.
second round, 25 points for the quarters, 45 for the semis, 75 for a runner-up, and let's not forget 125, of course, for the winner.
Correction, the ball's good. Replay the point. $15.30. Fault. $15.40. Game,
To
Peniston.
Bollywood. Mannarino's rather lost his way here.
Peniston leads 5-1.
It's Peniston that'll serve to square things up. Oh, it's more like it.
Love 15. Fifteen all.
Much more aggressive and
15-30.
Well, he did step in and take it on the rise. He's been able to defend his second serve a lot more. In a lot better fashion in the second set. They won 6 of 10 second serve points as the Brit.
Thirty all. $40-30.
From the opening game where he was under a little bit of pressure on his own serve of this set, pulled out that brilliant two-hander, you'll remember, under pressure to get himself to 30 all. He's not looked back.
Ladies and gentlemen, can I have your attention, please? Can Gabriel Bossom return to the pool crew area? That's Gabriel Bossom to the pool crew area, please.
Game in second set.
It was a little ragged, wasn't it, from the Frenchman, who lost his way quite dramatically as the set progressed.
6-1,
and
one
Peniston
settle.
has drawn level in this first round match here at the Surbiton Trophy. Good stuff from the Brit, who responds 6-1. Quick peek at some of these numbers. First serve percentage actually went down for Peniston, but crucially the second serve points, one went up, the unforced error count dropped.
Do you need anything, Ryan? Yeah.
And once he was able to get the break, you've got to say Mannarino's head dropped rather drastically and movement looked a little less slick.
Central court, second set, Peniston 6-1.
Peniston able to try and be a little bit more aggressive, take them all on the rise a little more often, and is rewarded nicely for it.
Time.
So, third set. In
Final
store.
set.
And what
Mannarino
is
to
the
serve.
ultimate match of the day still to come. Jack Draper will take on Billy Harris. One day waiting around for those two after the rain delayed play earlier on. That's nice. Again, taking the ball early,
Love 15.
exposing Mannarino's movement, which isn't looking particularly great at the moment. Winner of this match will take on the winner of that one. Plenty of Brits in this section. Paul Judd
Love 30.
actually just taken to the court against Mikhail Kukushkin, the Kazakh.
Fifteen 30. Out.
Yeah, Mannarino under pressure, not just getting behind the
15
ball quickly
falls.
enough.
Thirty 40.
Oh, he's done well. That was a good return from the Brit. Kept it nice and low.
Jibs.
Just perhaps a little deep to try and do anything with the pass in terms of getting enough pace on it.
Let for serve. Advantage Mannarino. Was right on the line. Right on the line, Ryan.
And the quickest serves of the day from this man. Again, just as you can see there, he's grabbing his left leg, almost the groin area at the end of that serve. Just wonder if there is some discomfort. Again, nicely.
Jibs.
Let's make the one extra ball.
Advantage, Peniston.
Because naturally he's not a guy who likes to come in too much. Those sorts of balls where they're a little short, occasionally you can just hit and kind of fall off them. Doesn't naturally want to move in behind it, even though the obvious shot is to do that.
Out. Juice. Advantage, Mannarino.
Stretching Mannarino out, who didn't look particularly at ease, did he, on the final backhand?
Juice.
Just a little laboured getting out of the corners as well. Certainly you feel there for the taking today. Especially if the Brit can get an early break here. Just
Advantage, Peniston. Out. Juice.
break points coming and going. 4 already in this game. Oh, that's a great run. Lovely balance when he got there as well.
Advantage, Peniston. Game, Peniston.
He stretched him out nicely, and when he has done that,
New
it's
balls,
had its
please.
rewards this afternoon. And Ryan Peniston gets the early break
First game, final
in this
set.
third set. British number 7 this week is Ryan. Cam Norrie up in the list, Dan Evans, Andy Murray and Jack Draper making up the top 4. Liam Broady at 139 in the world. Jay Clark, 162. Of course, those two met earlier on, actually playing doubles together as well, Broady and Clark this week. Peniston, the 7th player from Great Britain inside the world's top 200, excuse me. Those just outside, Paul Jubbs made a good jump this year. He's 231. Alistair Gray, 298. News of Kyle Edmund, who of course we haven't seen for quite some time. Kyle having another knee operation a couple of weeks ago. So he's suffered a setback in his aims to return to the tour.
Love 15. Fifteen up.
He's down. I think he's okay. He's going to be getting a little dewy at this time of the evening. Of course, 7 o'clock. Add into the fact we've had so much rain over the last 3 or 4 days. Especially when you go a little deeper behind the baseline where it's not quite as worn.
Light Fisher. Fifteen 40. Thirty 40.
He's got the return he wanted. Peniston not quite hitting the spot on the serve, didn't quite get the width for once.
1 game up.
Mannarino breaks back quickly.
Fifteen off.
Thanks, mate. Just roll it straight.
Thirty low.
They don't come back too often. I mean, that was so short up the box. Especially with the new balls. Playing with the Slazengers this week, as we do for the whole of the grass court season. A little slower
40
than
love.
some, so you do get a little more fluffed up. Oh, he's done
Game
well.
Mannarino.
Couple of really good reactive volleys.
Mannarino leads 2 games to
Mannarino
1.
may have got his mojo back here, just in the nick of time. He's back in front, 2-1.
Time.
So first round action, some of these matches delayed from yesterday. Very little play on Tuesday after a real deluge of rain. It really was apocalyptic at times here in the evening with the heavy showers that came our way. Play called just after 6 o'clock local time last night. Forecast for the next couple of days though, thankfully, he's a little kinder.
Love 15. Fifteen all. Okay.
I think you may just have asked for the physio. Certainly from what I could detect.
30-15.
It's not
40-15.
It looks a little awkward, doesn't it, on the wide ball? It looks like he's kind of reaching for it.
Game Peniston.
Good hold. We'll steady things down.
2 games up.
Ryan's record in deciding sets this season, 6 wins and 5 defeats. Mannarino, on the other hand, similar record, 4 and 3 over the course of his season. always looked exposed, didn't he, off the approach? High quality return.
Love 15.
Very difficult to come in from that wide as well when you're not feeling it. The movement's a little slow. For once, was it? All too low
15
to go after that sort of ball up the line.
Thirty 15.
Wayward Mannarino looking to try and up
30
the
all.
pace. Again, doesn't look physically to be at the top of his game, does he? Do you sense that Peniston will feel as though this is a golden opportunity for what will be a big win?
Forty 30.
Almost no spin on that ball at all. So little net clearance. Very tough when he does get a little bit of pace on it like that to be able to track it down. It's landing a little shorter, so it's getting on a little more.
Game Mannarino.
Just a little too much on it. Mannarino hangs on.
Mannarino leads 3 games to 2.
On the Frenchman with the slender lead here at the decider. Make the last 32 down at the Australian Open this year. In fact, excuse me, last 16, of course, let's not forget. They had Mannarino, wins over Duckworth, Hurkacz and Karatsev. And eventually lost to Nadal, an incredible first set breaker that day. Lost the first set tie break 16-14 to Rafa before succumbing 2-2 in sets 2 and 3. But that was a really fantastic week for him down in Melbourne. Hasn't done much since.
15 love.
Good hit. He stayed aggressive off the
30
backhand.
love.
Very secure, his two-hander.
Forty love.
Again, the feet just getting planted a little too soon. Well, Mannarino didn't quite get out to the ball. A little sloppy.
Out. Game. Peniston.
Making too many inroads in that game. French left-hander.
3 games up.
Hasn't he lost the 1 point on serve outside of the game he was broken in this set?
Out. 15 love. Thirty love.
It's number 4 from this man today. Yeah, just letting the court do the work. It's often the case on a grass court
40 love.
when you're in at the net.
Out. 40-15.
Oh, has it caught the line? I think it has. An apology comes the way of the Brit.
Mannarino leads 4-3.
And Mannarino edging in front. 4-3 in this third set.
That side.
Just in terms of the other matches taking place right now, just to keep you up to date with some scores. Pierre Huguet is actually a game away from beating James Duckworth, the Australian, having squared things up. 1-all, he leads 5-2, does the Frenchman. Paul Jupp, mention of him. Good season for Paul, won his first challenger a few weeks ago, playing Mikhail Kukushkin of Kazakhstan, the veteran.
Time.
3 apiece in the first there. So Connell down a set and a break. As things stand to Soon Woo Kwon, award number 71 from Korea. I'll focus on the bottom half of the draw here this evening, though.
Let's visit. Out.
Just overdone it.
Love 15. Out.
Now the trouble is growing.
Love 30. Fifteen 30.
Easy with the sun. You can see Mannarino just struggling a little bit. And the sun is beginning to set, of course, and down that far end, that's right in his eyes. Oh, that's a great strike. And the use of the slice proving valuable. Getting a ball to go after.
30 all.
Big test of Peniston's nerve right now. It's a little tougher for him when he's defending off the backhand side. He's a little late to it. He doesn't have the spin to bring the ball up and down from there. Doesn't get the net clearance. He's just a little behind it. So it'd be a big game to win.
Jeeves.
Good read. An overcommit on the approach.
Advantage Peniston. Game Peniston. Four games all.
Excellent hold from Love 30. Pressure was building.
Out. Love 15.
Oh, what a time to change direction. Impatient play from Peniston.
Love 30.
They would abide his time and wait for the one to go up the line on. Oh, he's made that as well. A superb pass.
Love 40.
Didn't overcommit here, did he? Look, he just hangs around, gets his position nice and up the court. And these two hand errors stood up to the test. 3 break points.
Let's visit.
And he has got the break. A return of real quality. Oh, the world number 196.
Peniston
and Ryan
leads 5 games to 4.
Will serve for the biggest win of his career.
Player announcement. Following players report to court 3. Ready for play. Tanakis Kokonakis. Otto Zertani.
This would be a notable victory. Peniston's had a really good year.
Time.
He's had some fine wins. None, though, would be of the calibre of the one he's on the cusp of achieving.
Love 15.
Best win of his season in terms of by ranking. Peniston was when he beat Maximilian Martiro, ranked 196. That was back in February. Yeah, good finish. He actually beat Yuri Rodionov, who was ranked 159
15 all.
earlier in the year. So the highest ranked player he's beaten this season.
Out.
Playing so well in some of these rallies, been so disciplined from the back of the court.
30-15.
And really committed to the two-hander up the line. Mannarino again breaking down first.
40-15.
2 match points.
Out. Game.
It's a victory of some note for Ryan Peniston, the best
2-1
of his career so far.
6-1, 6-4.
He takes out Adrian Mannarino, the number 2 seed here, the world number 69. It's Ryan Peniston that comes through from a set down in impressive fashion to win 6-4
Centre
in the
court
third.
complete. Peniston 2-6, 6-1, 6-4.
Thank you very much, Robert.
It's going to feel very good indeed for Ryan. Defended his second serve better, was outplayed in the first really. Perhaps adjusting to the unique style that Mannarino brings to a tennis court. Frenchman looked a little rusty, didn't he? Movement perhaps wasn't quite as secure as it could have been. Full credit to the Brit. Kept things very tight, didn't give much away. The number 2 seed that is one and done here in Surbiton this week.
Could I have a top up of water in my cooler, please?
Peniston will go on to take the winner, on the winner of our next match. It'll be between Jack Draper and Billy Harris. That'll be coming up in about 5 minutes from now.
Cheers. Cheers. Okay. Okay. All right. Great time. This tablet looks like.
Mr. Chris? Mr. Chris? Go ahead, Ben. Chris, you say you got Jack with you? No, not at the moment. He's not over this way.
Similar.
He wasn't in the gym when I looked about 5 minutes ago. Okay, I'll go for a walk. Thank you, Ben. Can we have somebody come and collect the racket for the stringer for O'Connell? The tension is 47. O'Connell 47. Dan, can you pop down to court 5 to pick that racket up? On my way, Chris. Thank you. Update code 4, sent Chad 6-4. Thanks, John.
Welcome back to the Surbiton Trophy here in southwest London for the final match of the day. And it'll be an all-British battle on centre court with Billy Harris to take on the fast improving Jack Draper. My name is Nick Lester. I'll be here with you for this one to bring the curtain down on the action. Hopefully we'll be able to sneak this one in. Ryan Peniston having beaten Adrian Mannarino. Very good win for Ryan today. Paul Jubb, I can tell you, is up a set right now on Mikhail Kukushkin, who started about an hour or so ago. Been a good day so far for the Brits. Tanasi Kokkinakis getting an upgrade with the 9th seeding after Alejandro Tubillo withdrew, and he has just started his match with the qualifier from Finland. Been improving as Billy Harris over the last couple of years, a man who has worked very hard at the lower levels, put himself out there week in, week out, and has had perhaps the best season of his career so far. Currently sits at 335 in the world rankings. That is a career high this week, in part thanks to a couple of very good weeks in Nottingham in early May. Made the semi-finals of the $25,000 event, then went on to make the semi-finals again a couple of weeks later before finally getting over the line and winning the 3rd week in Nottingham. He had some really good wins along the way, beating Eden Lashern of Israel in the final, 6-4, 6-3. That helped the ranking significantly. A couple of weeks later was able to get his first win ever on the Challenger Tour and the main draw over in Italy. That was in just a couple of weeks ago. So the ranking has been steadily improving, and when you consider he started his year at 450, he's taken a nice dent out of it as this guy. Good backhand.
3 minutes.
That's the strength of his. Good mover, very athletic, competes very well, and has worked extremely hard over the last few years to give himself these sorts of opportunities. We know a little more about this man, and what a season it's been for Jack. 106, just a few places away from breaking the top 100 for the first time. You sense it's a case of when rather than if for Jack. 25 wins out of the 30 matches he's played all in this year. We know the success he's had at this level. Of course, winning multiple challenges over in Italy in Forlì. Won 3 challenges, in fact, in that Italian city this season. Then went over to Miami, where he had that win over Gilles Simon. First win at Masters 1000 level before coming up just short against Cam Norrie. Before winning again at Challenger level over in France. Got a wild card into the Madrid Masters, where he had a really good win over Lorenzo Sonigo. Italian's a very good clay court player. Took out the Italian 4-3 and only just came up short against Andrei Rublev. Didn't see him play French Open qualies, but reliably informed that it was an injury, kept him out for 10 days, and a adductor problem for Jack. So that was the reason he didn't play the qualifying at Roland Garros. Forced him out for just over a week or so, but I guess on the plus side, he has been able to get a little bit more time on the grass in terms of preparing for what is going to be, you sense, an important month for Draper.
Draper won the toss, chose to receive.
Best win of his career came in the previous round. In qualifying, beat Ram Kumar Ramanathan, the Indian. Good grass court player is Ramanathan, but Harris coming through that one, 6-4 in the 3rd in the last round of qualifying, having beaten Will Jansen, the former under-18 Nationals champion here in this country. 5-3 in the first round of qualies. Industrious, this young man, I'm told. Puts in a lot of work. Based up in the Midlands now. Doesn't really have a coach particularly that travels with him. Really is a worker.
30 seconds.
To cause another upset today. He's played a lot of doubles as well in recent times as Billy Harris. Been a pro for a few years now. Didn't go to America. Wasn't a particularly outstanding junior, but is just working his way up over the last 4 or 5 years, playing futures really for the large part. Kept himself afloat financially, something that is not easy to do using the Pro League, UK Pro League. In fact, these two actually played in the UK Pro League back in April of last year. Good match. Draper won that one narrowly, 4 and 6 that day. So he will be well aware of the opposition out here this evening.
Please. This side.
Somewhat of a race against time, 7:45 local time. Probably going to be able to play until about 9:30, so if this does go the distance, we might be in a bit of trouble.
Say again? Yeah, it's fine. Yeah. No. You can drop it anywhere. First set, Billy Harris to serve.
So Billy Harris to get the last match of the day underway.
Love 15. Love 30.
Easy from this end, where Draper is with the sun setting. We saw Mannarino have a couple of issues with this end at the end of the previous match. His call on the pass. Physically is a completely different animal to what he was a couple of years ago. Jack works so hard on that side of his game. And he has filled out.
Game Draper.
There's a forehand that is going to cause a lot of players trouble at the highest level going forwards, you feel. Perfect start for the left-hander. James Trotman here with him this week, who's been on the bag for most of the year. Got split with Ryan Jones, a man who did a lot of good work with Jack in his kind of developmental years, but James Trotman's been travelling with Jack in recent times.
I think you're aware of the sound here on Santa Claus from the speaker. It's a little weird.
I will investigate now.
Thank you. Jack Draper to serve. Enough. Let the serve.
didn't see it. I'm not sure Billy Harris saw it either.
30 love.
That's where the lefty serve obviously does come into play on the grass court in particular. More so against a right-hander, of course.
Forty love.
He's beefed up so many areas of his game. There's Jack. There's James Trotman in the background there.
Game Draper.
On the opening 8 points.
Draper leads
Very
2 games.
fast start so far from the British number 4.
You okay? Love 15. $15 all.
He's up and running.
$15.30. Out.
Not easy when you go down a break so early. You feel like you're under pressure. You're
15-40.
chasing the score. Desperate to get on the board here. Just feeling as though he's a little anxious right now.
$30.40.
Player announcement. Category players report to court 6. Ready to play.
That's better. Able to get on the front foot for once.
That's Alana Parnaby and Olivia Gadecki. Court 6, please.
Out. Advantage Harris. Out.
That's a good hold from 1540. Didn't have much say
Draper leads 2 games
in
to
the
1.
early stages, but Billy Harris opens his account in this first set. Trails 2-1.
Time.
Been busy out here this afternoon. The rain's interrupting things for about an hour or so, but largely we've been able to get most of the play in today, thankfully. Jack's been hanging around a long time. Both these guys have. Been a day of patience, waiting around.
Let first serve. Fifteen. Please.
Oh, it's a good return. Covered the wide serve.
15 all.
Draper not happy with his decision to let it go. Maybe just couldn't quite pick it up.
Thirty 15.
Some really good wins at Queen's last summer. Of course, beat Yannick Sinner in the first round over at the Queen's Club. Backed it up with the win over Bublik. Made the quarterfinals of Queen's. Did this man.
Out. 40 15. Game Draper. Draper leads 3 games to 1.
Taken aback by the pace of the second serve, I think. I think 61 miles an hour is the actual pace, despite what it says on the screen there. It's got to be a little more proactive, you feel, in terms of just getting out to the ball on the second. It's dictated to by the ball rather than dictating it. Oh, he's got it. Really good run.
Love 15.
It's in good shape here. That's a decent approach, but Draper's found some pass.
15 all. Thirty 15.
Good defence, keep the length under pressure.
30 all.
Catching Harris a little bit cold. Gets a winner point behind the second servo from 5.
30 40. What?
Just couldn't catch up to it. And it's a forehand that is so
Draper
devastating. So much
Draper
spin and pace to it. And Draper's employed it beautifully there to improve his position in this opening set. 4-1, he leads. Taking a look at some spin rates we were earlier in the year when this guy was playing, and his forehand in terms of actual spin control he's really is up there with the very best on the ATP tour. When you couple it with the pace, it's a shot that if he can manage it well enough, it's going to cause a lot of trouble to a lot of opposition. Foundation of his game.
Time.
So Jack Draper with a double break already here. 4-1.
Out.
Really is crucial. You try and get to
15
the Draper backhand off the first shot off the return. Not easy when he's making as many first serves as he is at the moment. Just find yourself on the back foot so quickly.
Thirty left. Out. 40 left. Game. Draper.
It's pacey, and it's so far so good for Jack Draper.
Draper leads 5 games to 1.
10 of 14 first serves out here so far. Just lost the 1 point behind his own deal.
Thank you. Balls, please.
Did last year at 259, so really is a indication in being on the brink of the top 100 right now, just how good a year it's been. In fact, if you look at Challenger Tour wins this season, Draper leads the way in terms of
Out
win-loss
15.
percentage. Only one player's won more matches at this level. That's Quentin Alice of France. 34 wins for the Frenchman. Draper with 23 coming into this week. Nobody has won more titles though.
30 left. A piece.
Not much of a bounce off that one.
40 left.
A little more effective when he is making the first. Getting himself a slightly shorter ball to work with.
Game. Harris.
And a
You
comfortable
both
hold.
leads.
Something that has
Draper
been
leads 5 games
hard
to
to
2.
come by so far for Billy Harris. The Brit trails 5-2.
Time.
Actually became the first player from the Isle of Man, Billy Harris, to win a singles match at Wimbledon. That was a few years ago now, back in 2013. He played the juniors back then. He's been able to keep himself afloat with the help of a private sponsor as Billy. That's been helping him out over the last few years. Absolutely essential.
Love 15. Out. 15 all. Out.
Yeah, just a little long, some far away. Again, good early point,
30-15.
early strike in the rally. It's a nice finish. It's entirely didn't panic.
40-15.
Firing very nicely in this first set. Harris doesn't really have much opportunities, or many opportunities, should I say. That's more like it.
40-30.
Difference is when he's able to get ahead in the rally like this, you can see Draper just suddenly coffering up something a little shorter.
Out. Game and first set.
So the opening set goes the way of
6 games.
Jack Draper here. 25 minutes. It was an excellent start. He's been hanging around a while, but he's not wasting any time here this evening. He leads 6-2.
Draper 6-2.
Thank you very much.
Quick peek at some of these numbers.
Thank you.
Barely lost points really behind the serve. Broke to love, of course, in the opening game. That was a perfect start for him. Harris really being stung behind that second serve. He's having all sorts of problems defending it. Draper with a little too much in the way of weaponry thus far.
Second set, Harris to serve.
Winner of this match will take on Ryan Peniston, who had a really magnificent win earlier on today over Adrian Mannarino. Number 2 seed bounced out in the first round here.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Please take your seats. Love 15. Out.
Let's hope he's okay. That
Okay.
was nasty. A bit of a shock to the system. Did have that adductor problem, as I mentioned. After it's what kept him out of the Roland Garros qualifying. See where it's always dangerous, where it's just a little bit greener at the back there. Especially this time of the day.
Love 30.
Forehand of rich quality.
Love 40.
Come into that wing at your peril.
Game.
He's missed it.
Draper.
Frustration for Billy Harris, who he's broken to love,
First
as he
game,
was right at the start
second
of the
set.
first. Bit of a graze you can see on the knee. May need to get that looked at. So I believe these 125 Ks have one physio on site, one at the tournament hotel.
It was the same like the beginning of the match. Now it's back. I don't know what it is.
It's a good smash. Wasn't a bad defensive lob, but
15 off.
excellent recovery.
Thirty off.
Fourth ace from Draper already.
Forty off. Net first serve. Game Draper.
Caught by the bounce a little, just overran it, the return. And he is struggling to make
Draper
any
leads two
inroads
games
so
to none.
far on the Draper serve.
Out. 15 off.
Just to keep you up to date with some scores. Latest scores in terms of matches that are taking place. Tanasi Kokonakis finds himself down a set to Otto Virtanen. Finnish qualifier. Paul Jubb is in a second set tie break right now with Mikhail Kukushkin. Having won the first, Jubb 6-4.
Out. 15 all.
That's a really good return.
15 30.
Pretty short backswing, so we're just to deflect the pace, keep the ball low, use the surface, get a bit of help from that.
30 all. (30-40).
Depth was so crucial. Harris again perhaps feeling the pressure that he's under, like he has to do a little bit more with that ball than he might otherwise have done. That's nicely done.
Deuce. Advantage. Draper.
That's where the extra strength that he's built into his game comes into play on a ball like that when he's pushed back wide. So strong in the legs in a situation like that where you're under pressure. Got to hold your balance, your stability to be able to produce a pass of that quality.
Game Draper.
Trying to take it up the line to make something happen.
Draper leads 3 games to love.
But it is all about Jack Draper out here in the Surbiton late evening sunshine. He leads by a set and 3 love.
Time.
So not happening so far for Billy Harris, being outplayed here, having done so well to come through the qualifying. Best win of his career in the last round of qualifying, being Ramanathan. Now ranked 175, almost 200 spots above where Harris is right now.
Love 15.
Score update from 4-1 on a set run.
15 all.
Some famous winners of this event over the years as well. Joe Wilfred Songa was a a champion here, Marty Fish, another of those
Balls, please.
top 10
Can you pass the
players
ball,
that was
please?
victorious here in his early
balls.
days. Leighton Hewitt, in fact, played his very first professional grass court match on these courts back in 1998.
Net per serve.
Last winner, incidentally, was Dan Evans when it was last held in 2019. Dan beating Viktor Troicki back in the final then. Jeremy Shardy here this week coaching. He's working with Alexei
30-15.
Popper in here. He was the champion in 2018, beat Alex de Minaur. Well, the former champion Wayne Arthur's on the grounds this week, the Australian, working with the group of Aussie players here. The available bit of space he's able to exploit.
40-15.
That shot.
Game Draper.
He's been too good in all
Draper
departments.
leads by 4 games to love.
He's a man who will be very shortly, you feel, inside the top 100, onwards and upwards. He just miss out on a direct acceptance to Wimbledon. Of course, the field will be revealed on Friday, being delayed by a week, a cut for the all-third mate.
15 up. On.
Try and take a bit of base out of the serve, but didn't pay off for him.
Out. 30-15.
Just stayed a little low on Draper.
40-15.
Just rushed him off that forehand wing. as though he's just been forced into trying to take on a little too much, or more than perhaps he's comfortable with at times. Given just the weaponry that Draper has, he knows that this guy has the greater arsenal at his disposal. It's looked a little rushed, that shot.
Out again, Harris.
But he is up and running here in the second.
Draper leads
Billy
4
Harris.
games to 1.
He's a long way behind though. It's a set and 4-1.
Time.
Been busy here today on the grounds of the Surbiton Tennis Club. Surbiton Racket and Fitness Club, to give it its full title. Nestled beautifully amongst the local residents here.
Out, love 15.
Got 11 grass courts in total here in Surbiton. Not too many clubs in the country that can boast as many as that. 5 hard courts, 3 clay as well, all catered for here.
Love 30.
Did really well off the return to Billy Harris.
15,
Just a little too heavy-handed with the drop shot. This was, and maybe he'll be frustrated not to have done more with that ball. Let's feel as though the drop shot was the obvious shot. You can see how Draper was pedaling backwards.
all. Forty-third. Game.
Had to be. Yes, really. Tommy's had to work his way through some problems on serve.
5 games to 1.
Draper just a game away. Will be a meeting with another lefty, Ryan Peniston, for this man.
15 up. Out, 30 left.
Has done well in this game.
40 left.
Plugging away. Sure to be hopeful of a wild card into the qualifying event for Wimbledon, given the rise he's had this year. So I feel it's warranted. Good week here as well.
Game, Harris.
And he's able to extend this one just a little
Draper
longer.
leads,
It'll
5 games to 2.
be close to the hour mark when all is said and done, you feel, but Jack Draper will serve for it at 5-2.
One game. Time.
So Jack Draper serving for an opening round win here in Surbiton. His first competitive play since
15 up.
he was beaten by Andrei Rublev in Madrid. That was almost a month ago now. Not gonna fail to take that opportunity. His serve has been outstanding
30
tonight.
left.
Harris just hasn't been able to make enough meaningful returns.
Out. Out. 30-15.
That's not good enough for once the drop shot. Harris with plenty of time to get up there and put it away.
43rd.
A solid start. His first match on the grass since last year. Draper with chances to put this one away.
Game, set a match.
It's a winning start for Jack Draper
2
here in
sets to
Surbiton.
6-2, 6-2.
The Brit without competitive action for a month overcomes the qualifier Billy Harris. Good week for Billy, but it's Draper that moves into the second round and sets up a meeting with another Brit, Ryan Peniston.
Center match is complete. Draper,
Good display. Jack served well, dominated with the forehand for the large part. See how few points he actually lost on serve, just 8 points in all. Fast start, got off to able to get the break pretty quickly and just too good in all departments. He was out here this afternoon. We'll be delighted with that as he moves on to the second round. And that'll do it for our coverage from Surbiton for another day. We'll look forward to your company tomorrow. Of course, plenty of action here at the Surbiton Trophy. But for now, from myself, Nick Lester, we'll say goodbye.